y que esperamos que puedan reponerse de la situación que han vivido durante 10 años. Y también esperamos que nunca más vuelva a ocurrir un hecho parecido ni en esta ciudad ni en otro punto del mundo. También hoy es el Día Europeo contra el terrorismo ciudadano y en conjunto de ambas situaciones pido que podamos tener un minuto de silencio deseando lo mejor para estas personas que nos faltan y para las que están en una situación de recuperación. Bien, pues damos comienzo entonces a la jornada. Bienvenidos todos y todas a este Día de Europa de la Ciudadanía, que tengo el gusto de compartir con todos los que estéis aquí presentes y con todos los que nos estáis viendo a través de Internet de distintos países de Europa. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos a unos y a otros. En primer lugar, quiero hacer un agradecimiento especial al Parlamento Europeo y a la Comisión Europea por cedernos este espacio, por acogernos en esta sede de las instituciones europeas y por acompañarnos en la inauguración de este encuentro. Quiero dar las gracias de una manera especial a Tom Morgan, responsable de análisis político de la Oficina del Parlamento Europeo en España, que se encuentra aquí con nosotros, y, por supuesto, a todos los representantes de las organizaciones que hoy van a hacer posible este intercambio europeo de experiencias. Según el programa del acto, esta jornada está dividida en 3 bloques diferenciados: una ronda de intervenciones, una mesa de debate que terminará con una puesta en común de las conclusiones de la mesa y la presentación de la Guía de Financiación Europea Programas Sociales 2014-2020. En primer lugar, en la ronda de intervenciones participarán representantes de las organizaciones europeas que forman parte del proyecto JoiEU enmarcado en el programa Europa con los ciudadanos. En segundo lugar, celebraremos una mesa de debate donde tendrán cabida representantes de organizaciones de referencia como Iniciativa Open Society para Europa, Cruz Roja Española, FEAS o la Federación de Mujeres Progresistas, quienes presentarán campañas que han sido generadas desde sus organizaciones para contrarrestar las amenazas a las que se está enfrentando la sociedad civil en Europa. Por último, daremos paso, tras poner en común las conclusiones de este debate, a la presentación de una publicación muy útil a todas las organizaciones que quieran optar a una financiación europea mediante la Guía de Financiación Europea de Programas Sociales 2014-2020. Esta publicación, realizada por la Plataforma de ONG de Acción Social, en el marco del trabajo del segundo plan estratégico del tercer sector, tiene como objetivo fundamental profundizar sobre los diferentes instrumentos y recursos que la Unión Europea pone a disposición del tercer sector de acción social para fortalecerlo. Muchas gracias a todas las personas que vais a hacer posible el Día de Europa de la Ciudadanía. Gracias por acompañarnos y por ofrecernos vuestros interesantes puntos de vista que nos van a permitir poner en común los valores y las oportunidades que ofrece Europa a las ciudadanas y ciudadanos en cuanto a gobernanza económica. En referencia a este último punto de partida,
the European elections, I also we're going to talk about a decalogue of proposals from the third sector, from my platform, where we
de las entidades esto se paga continuamente y lograr una Europa más social que esté al lado de
a more social Europe, side by side with the citizens, that protects the most vulnerable people in our society. Now, this decalogue will contain the following points. The priority is to reduce poverty. Number 2, creation of a commission in the European Parliament to verify the proposals of the European Parliament to not admit any types of actions that jeopardize fundamental rights, to review and broaden the directives against discrimination and disability adopted, especially on accessibility. Number 4, to generate binding directives for inclusion in all member states, especially a directive on minimum income. Number 5, the approval of a directive establishing economic benefits for minors. Number 6, a directive on economic transactions in the European Union that should
cohesión.
The interpreter apologizes, there's no sound in the room right now. And number 10,
finalizo mi intervención dando las gracias a todas las personas que
so again, thanks to all of the people who are here present or with us through the internet, and we hope that this will shed greater light on the values of Europe and its citizens. I'm going to give the floor now to Tom Morgan, who's going to get into a little bit more detail on what we'll be discussing today. Thank you very much, Juan. Good morning to everyone. We're very happy to be here and very happy to have you all here in this very important act. I'm especially happy to see the NGOs, the civil society in Europe, which is a key part of European construction, especially because in Europe, something that characterizes us, in addition to our many defects, is that we show solidarity. I'm involved with some small...
colabore en algún tipo de organización ONG de la sociedad civil.
And so we support, if it's not the European Year of Solidarity, it might be the European Year of...
de la sociedad.
The interpreter apologizes. They're trying to fix the sound problem in the room. So the NGOs and the civil society reflect the European values, the rule of law, solidarity, participatory democracy, and the European social model that we all defend. There's a very broad consensus that defends these values and this European model, which is ours and unites us all in Europe. There are many things that we can't distinguish between Spaniards, English, Polish, and so forth. 95% of us all share these fundamental values, and especially democracy. Working in the European Parliament, It's extremely important. And a participatory democracy, especially where that's where you come into play. This year in May, we have elections on the 25th of May, and we ask for your help, your cooperation to disseminate the message that people must participate in these elections, because we see that this time things are different. Why? Because of the crisis that we've been through in the last 5 years and that we're still going through. And for all of the talk about the end of the crisis and so forth, the effects of this crisis are still affecting. People are still suffering, and it's the weakest people in our society that are most affected. Therefore, we've seen that Europe has a lot to do, both in the causes of the crisis and therefore in the solutions as well. So we believe that it's very important to vote if we want to go and decide if we want to go along the same path or look for alternative solutions in Europe at European level. And a lot of this depends on the results of the 25 May elections. Now, in terms of the Lisbon Treaty, the European Union is a much more important institution than it was before. Almost all of the European law, all of the different fields where the European Union legislation are decided in the European Parliament. And what is decided depends on what you vote on the 25th of May. And this time, the European Parliament is going to elect the President of the European Commission. Just last week, Pepe named their candidate, Juncker. We've decided Martin Schulz, or President of the European Commission. That will also depend on the European Parliament vote in July, depending on your vote on the 25th of May. And it's not just elections, but participatory democracy. In other words, the European Parliament is an institution which is grassroots. We try to be as much grassroots as possible, but it's an institution which is completely transparent. It's open to the citizens. We try, both in Brussels and through the internet and all of our public meetings, we try to be as close to the citizens as well as in the offices in the countries in Madrid, Barcelona, or in all of the towns and cities in Spain. We try to explain, both us and the Euro deputies, what the European Parliament does, what it decides, and we try to listen to the opinion of citizens before we take our decisions. So it's important that the civil society and the NGOs become involved in drawing up European laws which depend on us and on you. So it's a very important cooperation process. We're going to hear about very important subjects today. Just briefly, we're going to hear about Greece, solidarity with Greece. We know that there's been European aid of 110 billion euros. And the forecast for next year, a return to growth of 2.9%. And not everything is perfect in Greece, as we know, but there is European solidarity there. We're going to talk about social exclusion, very important. The European Parliament has legislated on exclusion. The European Social Fund, adopted by the European Parliament, fights against social exclusion with its programs, and we're always looking at that fight and trying to decrease the risk of social exclusion. The people with disabilities, poverty, women, minorities, the people who are most vulnerable to social exclusion, people that are unemployed as well. 79 million people in Europe are living under the poverty line right now, especially women. Single women are in greater risk of poverty and social exclusion, and 41% of the unemployed are living below the poverty line right now. This is something that we are very much aware of and that we're fighting against. In terms of equality between men and women, This is one of the basic pillars of the founding treaties of the European Union. It's a basic principle. There's all kinds of legislation that supports that in terms of the salary gap between men and women right now. It's at 16% at European level. We're fighting to close that gap. We've also fought in Europe against gender-based violence, and we're also now processing a law which would establish quotas on boards of major companies. Now, the participation of all citizens, of people with disabilities, for example, there's a European strategy right now on this issue that will talk about many of the objectives that will be discussed, that are being discussed now. So with that, I just want to go back and thank you for inviting us to be here, and I hope that this conference is very interesting in this European House, the House of Europe, where we are right now. Thank you.
Bueno, buenos días, continuamos.
Good morning. At the beginning of the session today, we just had a few technical problems, but it seems that now the streaming is working. So once again, welcome on behalf of the NGO platform. I'd like to thank the European Parliament once again for hosting us and for making things so easy to organize along with this conference, with the goal of defending a social Europe and also defending the work and mission of the NGOs to contribute to this objective in their day-to-day work. Thanks very much for their involvement. We also want to thank our partners from the 13 countries in JoiEU. On the screen here, you can see, we see Lisa here from Brussels. Another person will speak from Bulgaria. They'll talk to us about different experiences, different situations that they're working in their countries on. We're going to begin now because, as you know, in conferences like today's, we can easily run out of time, and we want to have time for Q&A sessions and to make some conclusions to communicate to the Parliament. As I was saying, our role today is to be more aware of the capacity for transformation that the NGOs have and our mission to bring about social change and to contribute to social peace and justice in Europe. This is a unique opportunity. We have European elections in May coming up, and we have to take advantage of this opportunity through the voting booths that we can come up with a more human Europe. Let's move on now to give the floor to one of our partners. In this case, we're going to go to Brussels, and then we'll have connection with Bulgaria and Berlin. And we'll look at the different campaigns that we'll see here now. After that, we'll have a Q&A session, and we'll take the questions from those question papers that you have in your folder. So when you have a question, please fill out that paper in your folder and give it to one of the people, the organization people from the platform, so that we can then have a more consistent or coherent debate, and we can group all of the questions for the different speakers. After that, we'll come up with some conclusions, and then we'll put those together with the conclusions that we have from the JoiEU program. And we also have a blog and monthly debates in different countries that you can follow on the internet. Now, in terms of translation into English, we have sign language. We're working here live. Please patience for the translators, the interpreters, and the sign language interpreters. And also, I'd like to apologize for any problems that might crop up during the course of the day. Now, so we're going to go to Brussels. Elisa? Elisa is the Director of European Policy and Social Action, European Social Action, and she's going to give us analysis of the citizen initiatives presented after the Lisbon Treaty, and analysis of the origin and the subject matter. So, Lisa, can you hear us okay?
Yes.
Are you following?
Can you hear me? Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Hi, can you hear me well? Everything? Okay. Okay, yes. Hi everybody. It's very nice to be there with you, and I actually wanted also to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the miserable attack in Madrid. So I'm very happy to be that internet basically is helping us to be together during this day. I will present you briefly. I don't know if you have the slide that I sent you yesterday, but otherwise I can share it with you afterwards. I can present you briefly a study that we have done on the first 2 years of these new instruments that is called the European Citizens Initiative, which is a new instrument that was inscribed in the Lisbon Treaty, on Article 11 of the Lisbon Treaty, and gives the opportunity to 1 million European citizens to come together, sign, and propose to the European Commission to legislate in a field that is in its competences. So basically, we can say that the European Citizens Initiative is a sort of European referendum, but how is it called? Actually, it's an agenda setting tool. And it is interesting to actually see that in 2 years, there have been presented 43 different European Citizens Initiatives, which is quite a lot, and more than 6 million European citizens signed it. So, meaning that more than more than 6 million citizens, quasi 7 million, signed both online and offline to those European Citizens Initiatives. Out of those 43 initiatives presented, only 20 were registered. Now I will explain a bit more how the process works, just to give you a bit of a background. In order to present the European Citizens Initiative, you have to come up. Sorry, I have my phone ringing. Yeah, this is because I'm also working in the meantime. In order to present a European Citizens Initiative, you have to gather other 6 European citizens. So basically, you have to be at least 7 from 7 different member states. Come together and basically decide on a topic. This topic, then you need to register this topic with the European Commission and give, which is actually the most difficult part, give to the European Commission the legal basis for your initiative. Legal basis meaning that actually you have to provide the European Commission with the articles in the Lisbon Treaty that are justifying your initiative. This is why I was saying before that 43 initiatives were presented, but only 20 were registered by the European Commission, because out of those 43 initiatives that were presented by European citizens, only 20 initiatives were actually in the competencies of the European Commission to legislate. Now we'll go a bit deeper in the analysis. Actually, 23% of the initiatives, so actually 10 initiatives that were presented were in the social field. So some of them were actually accepted, some of them were refused. For instance, some of them are in the education sector and asking for European education in school. And those initiatives were actually accepted, and they're actually now collecting signatures. Some others were more in the education system, but not asking for the European education in the schools, but more like to have special curriculum at the national in the national legislation, in the national education, and this is actually not a European competence. So those initiatives were not registered by the European Commission because the European Commission doesn't have any grounds to legislate on national education systems. Other initiatives, 16% of the initiatives presented were actually on environmental policies. So some of them, I'm sure that you are aware of the most successful initiative that is on right to water. That is the one who collected 1,600,000 signatures. So this is also on environmental policies, and this initiative has been presented, has collected more than 1 million signatures, has already gone through the whole process, and now the European Commission will, by the 20th of March, presents its conclusion via communication, saying what they want to do with this initiative. They can do several things with this initiative. They can not do anything. They can, so basically saying, yes, you collected 1 million signatures, it's a very nice initiative, but maybe it's not the right time for us to legislate, or maybe for subsidiarity reason, it's up to the member states to do something, and therefore the European Commission at this point in time doesn't have any grounds to legislate further. Or, which is the most interesting part, the European Commission can say, yes, we can do something. We can do, for instance, we can actually ask the European Commission to, we can actually ask the European Commission to legislate further on. And so this is a bit the interesting part about the European Citizens Initiative, that if it is successful, actually it leads somewhere, but it's not a zero-sum game. So besides the social policies, the environmental policies, there were actually also justice matters. So for instance, there was an initiative on giving right to vote to European citizens living abroad. Because you know now that European citizens that live abroad, they can only, so that live in another member state, they can only vote for local elections and for European Parliament elections. They cannot vote, for instance, for the national elections. For instance, I'm Italian, I live in Belgium, so I can only vote for the European Parliament elections here, and I can only vote for my local elections, means when there are the municipal elections. So basically, this initiative was actually asking the European Commission to legislate further, to give the right to vote where you reside. This initiative, unfortunately, only collected 3,000 signatures, and therefore it's not very successful. So the European Commission doesn't have to do anything, because if you don't collect 1 million signatures, yeah, you cannot ask the European Commission to do anything about it. Then there were issues about animal welfare. on Spain that was actually not registered because the European Commission said that it wasn't in its competencies, but this initiative was about so stop bullfighting in Spain. But the European Commission said this is actually a Spanish matter and we cannot legislate further. But nevertheless, the organizers presented this initiative, and I still think that no matter if the initiative was registered by the European Commission, therefore allowed to officially collecting signatures or not, it's still good to have a European debate about it, because basically you have the opportunity to show yourself and to start a European transnational debate. About and then I will conclude about the type of organizations and about the type of actors that are presenting those citizens' initiatives. This is actually the most interesting part. So 18% of those initiatives were presented by European organizations. When I'm talking about European organizations, I'm not talking about umbrella organizations, but I'm talking about European-wide organizations, meaning organizations that have multiple members in different member states. Some of them have their headquarters here in Brussels. Some of them, for instance, European Alternatives is based in Italy, and they're actually having ECI or media pluralism. So European organizations, just because they have members in different member states. 13% of those initiatives, so actually 6 of those initiatives, were presented by young people. And this is actually the most interesting figure. 6 initiatives, and all of them successful. It means that all of them have been registered by the European Commission. So 6 out of 6 that presented by young people were registered by the European Commission, were presented by young people. Young people are extremely active in using participatory democracy. And I think this is an interesting figure because we always talk about the fact that young people do not go to vote, and we all see the turnout at the European Parliament elections and the national elections, but actually just because they have different means of expressing themselves. And if we let them express themselves through other means, and not only by voting every 5 years for the national parliament or the European Parliament elections, I think we can achieve great things, and this actually explains a lot. And then political parties also presented European citizens' initiatives. So national political parties, for instance, Polish political party presented last year a European Citizens Initiative that was actually supported by a European Parliament group, which was about the suspension of an agreement signed by the European Commission on carbon, on CO2 emissions. So actually 11% of the initiatives, so only 5 of the initiatives presented, was supported by national political parties, because European political parties cannot officially, and of course unofficially they can support it, but they cannot officially support a European Citizens Initiative for the reasons that actually they have already their means to present a proposal to the European Commission through their MEPs here in Brussels. So this is just in a nutshell a bit here what we do at the European Citizens Action Service regarding the European Citizens Initiative, just to give you an overview of the fact that this instrument exists. It has been used, and it has been used by several actors of the civil society, informal groups, formal groups, and European organizations, but also political parties. So it's very interesting to see maybe next year, when there will be the revision of the regulation that actually the European Commission will put forward, to see how can we actually enhance this instrument, because it's true that now the only 3 successful initiatives, so the right to water, one of us, which actually will now go to the hearing in the European Parliament in a month and stop vivisection, are actually led by very, very big organizations. So normal citizens, quote unquote, cannot actually by themselves launch a European Citizens Initiative and collect 1 million signatures. It's very complicated. The instrument is highly technical, and it requires a lot of funds and a lot of time. And of course, the first 3 initiatives were only basically achieved and were only successful because they were done by the first one by a big labor union, the second one by religious organization, and the third one by activists in the animal welfare field. So the challenge, I think, in the future is to allow this instrument to be actually a real European citizens instrument, meaning allowing citizens with their passion and their willingness to actually enhance the European participation and to actually just put forward an initiative without requiring too many instruments and too many problems. So this was actually my contribution. If you have any questions on how this instrument works and further details on who is using what and what kind of fields and what kind of areas of competence this instrument can be used in, then you just ask me and I will be happy to answer. And this is the end of my presentation.
El micrófono. Ahora sí. Elisa, no sé si te llega el ruido de él. Can you hear me?
Can you hear us?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Do you hear me? Hello?
The interpreters are not getting any sound right now.
Es que hay muchísimo ruido. A ver, ahora sí. Sí. Que Elisa se ha ido.
Elisa's gone? She's still
¿Está
there?
ahí?
Are you there, Elisa?
Elisa, ¿me escuchas?
Can you hear me, Elisa?
Desenfocada. Bueno, pues esto es un trabajo que estábamos diciendo que seguramente ECAS, que es una organización radicada en Bruselas, que está promoviendo además la Casa de la Ciudadanía, estará haciendo un seguimiento. Ahí está Asia. Hello, Asia. ¿Tenéis alguna pregunta concreta? Más allá de que os facilitemos luego todo el link donde está podáis hacer un seguimiento.
Where the study is and give you the link.
Okay. Thank you, Lisa. Vamos a pasar al
We're going to move on to the next speaker from Bulgaria.
Hello, Vistra.
Vistra?
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Okay. Es el doctor Minchev.
Dr. Minchev, who you will shortly see on the screen, hopefully.
de la Universidad de Sofía.
from Sofia University,
en el tema de Europa y los acontecimientos
and he will be talking about Europe and the events in Crimea and Ukraine. Is that right?
I would like to present you Mr. Minchev, who is a political science from Bulgaria.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, the floor is yours when you want.
I was invited to talk on the topic of the present-day discussion of what divides Europe, featuring the developments that happen in the eastern periphery of Europe, related to Ukraine, to Crimea as part of Ukraine. I would like to make initially a broader definition of those kind of divisions that are important for us in Eastern Europe and in Southeastern Europe. For the 7 years we've been already members of the European Union, we have learned that the most important cleavages in the European Union are related to the North-South division. And the East-West divisions are a kind of a more secondary matter of discussion. My country, among other countries in Eastern Europe, have also been considered problematic from the perspective of getting enough capacity for institutional functioning of our governments and our institutions in general, in order to cope with the standards, with the norms of the European Union membership. We've been also criticized for having more expanded corruption practices than other more developed, more traditional member states of the European Union, and those problems are part of the agenda which makes us care for better integration into the European Union. So all those problems are in a way problems that represent particular division lines in Europe, which are painful for us as relatively new member states of the Union. But today I would like to talk about problems which are related to the problematic status of our membership, but problems which do not generate, are not coming from the internal domestic developments of our societies, but rather problems which are related to the nature of the relationships between the European Union on the one hand side and its eastern neighborhood on the other hand side. What happens today in Ukraine, in Crimea in particular, but in Ukraine in general, because the tendencies which developed with the military intervention in Ukraine now spread in southern and eastern Ukraine in general, are problems which are very much exemplary of the state of relationships that our countries, former members of the Soviet bloc, are having in their relations with Russia. The countries of Central and Eastern Europe are most interested in developing a particular model of relationship between the European Union and Russia. This is a model of relationships which involves the general standpoint of policy making in the European Union. That is the policy making of interrelationship, a mutual integration and mutual dependence among the countries in the Union itself and between the Union and the neighborhood, eastern and southern neighborhood of the European Union, so that this principle of constructivist interdependence could bring us all into a set of common interest. And we all believe that that approach is the most positive and long-term beneficial approach for our societies, for our countries, if the European Union is successful to develop that approach in its relationship with the Eastern neighborhood and with Russia in particular. The problem is that for the last 15 years, since the leadership in Russia has changed after the democratization process of the 1990s, we have a very controversial reality in which, on the one hand side, we have that approach of the European Union to develop interdependence and integration of Russia and the entire Eastern neighborhood into the European mainstream of partnership, economic cooperation, democratic development, institution building, and so on and so forth. And on the other hand, we are having a model employed by the Russian leadership to consider Europe not as a partner, but more and more as a rival. Starting with 2007, with this famous speech that Mr. Putin made at the Munich Security Conference, and following the developments in 2008 with the crisis in the South Caucasus and the war between Russia and Georgia, following the process of democratization of Ukraine, which was very controversial with the Orange Revolution of 2004-2005 being reversed into the regime of Mr. Yanukovych later on, we are witnessing long-term and consecutive policies of the Russian Federation trying to consider its relationship with Europe in general and with the Central and Eastern European countries in particular from the perspective of a traditional 19th century great power politics in which Russia would like to talk to the others from the perspective of the division lines which should be followed in order to guarantee the so-called sphere of interest for Russia on the one hand side and sphere of interest of Europe. This is an approach which actually presumes clear division lines of not simply of strategic influence, but clear division lines of the models of social, economic and political development, which presume that countries like Ukraine, for example, or Moldova cannot be treated as countries which might follow the European model of development, both democratic and open economic European model of development, but rather to stick to a model of development which is directed and engineered in Moscow, a model of development which should lead to the creation of what Mr. Putin calls Eurasian Union, to be not simply an alternative strategic space to what we can consider European and Euro-Atlantic integration, but to be also an alternative space as a model of political and economic development. That kind of division which we can envisage in the approach of the European Union on the one hand side and the Russian government on the other hand side was in a way not officially recognized by the Brussels institutions and by major Western European countries. For a very long period of time, politicians, statesmen, party leaders, and so on and so forth were kind of claiming or pretending that that particular division line of mentality, of political approach, and of practical policies between Europe and Russia do not exist. They were trying to portray the reality as a kind of a oh, well, we have differences with Russia, but those differences will be overcome with more intense work on common interest and so on and so forth. And when Central and Eastern European countries were trying to complain in the Brussels institutions and generally in the European institutional and civil society fora for the problems they face in that kind of pressure which is coming from the Russian perception of strategic interest and economic and political development. Eastern European countries and their representatives pointing on those problems have been often treated as nostalgic, emotional, anti-Russian or anti-Soviet activists who cannot cut off their relationship with the Soviet past and who continue to treat Russia from the perspective of their old standards of Russia as an imperial master in the former Soviet space, Eastern European Soviet space. It was difficult to explain to our friends and partners in Western Europe that we have a structural problem. We have a problem of relationships, and it is not simply a problem of so-called big politics between countries, between institutions, between Brussels and Moscow, but those are problems of everyday life. Because if the Russian party would not like to stick to the principles that we have adopted in our European integration process, principles of democratic development, of open economic space, of particular respect to the rights of the citizens, of humans in general, and so on and so forth, then we will be actually experiencing, and we are experiencing, effects of that kind of institutional, economic, and corporate behavior on behalf of Russian origin factors, generally, to put it this way, which cause particular harm on our ability to cope with the standards of European democratic and open economic behavior. I'll give you only one example with the behavior of the Russian energy corporate representatives, who not simply like to trade with Eastern Europeans and with Europe in general with their gas and oil, which is something very positive, and Europe needs those resources. But they're trying to monopolize the supplies of those resources, keep monopoly high prices, and in order to guarantee long-term protection of this monopoly status and monopoly high prices status, they're also trying to illegitimately influence power holders and institutions in our countries in order to make them adopt and make decisions which are not in accordance with our national interest and in accordance with the principles of democratic representation and democratic accountability. So we are having a reality in which from Brussels we've been criticized for having intense corruption at high political level and in the administrative and political hierarchy of our institutions. But there is a kind of a shy pretending that this corruption somehow is a domestic problem. It is a domestic problem because our institutional weaknesses are coming from domestic problems, but it is also a structural problem of the fact that Russian energy companies, among other factors coming from Russia, are trying to influence the decision-making in that particular way by pushing forward their interest with instruments which cause rising corruption and more expanded corrupt behavior of power holders and administrators within our institutional systems. What we have in Ukraine now is a kind of a very important emphasis and an eye-opening, I would say, wake-up call for the Western European politicians, civic activists, and institutional representatives to see the problem in its core. we would not advocate worsening of the relationships with Russia or generating new iron curtains, new Cold Wars, and so on and so forth, that we've been accused for quite a while now in our hesitation to accept without criticism the relationships between the European Union and Russia. What we're going to advocate is two things. First, clear understanding of the Russian policy and Russian attitudes towards the countries of the former Soviet Union and former Eastern Europe, because that kind of a division line between European Union members of Eastern Europe and post-Soviet countries of Eastern Europe, that kind of a division line does not exist in the strategic mentality operated in Moscow. We are all one. We are all considered to be part of this sphere of strategic influence, which should be given, should be granted Russia as a consequence of its alleged imperial rights. So I would suggest the first important thing is for all European decision makers at political, institutional level and at the level of civil society to be fully aware of the nature of that attitude which is manifested by the official institutions and power holders in Moscow, and this attitude is in the most arrogant way demonstrated today in Ukraine, but in other formats with other instruments it persisted throughout those post-Soviet 25 years, and particularly in the last 15 years, in the behavior of Russian corporate and political institutions towards Central and Eastern European countries in general. And second important thing which comes out of this understanding of the nature of Russian attitudes towards Europe is the necessity to create and to stand upon united European policies in order to properly address that kind of attitude and strategic approach coming from Russia. It is very important for Europe, in particular in the context of the present-day Ukrainian crisis, to try to cope with the situation in a way which will create precedents and frameworks on the basis of which Europe will be able to deal with that kind of problems for the decades to come. If Europe fails to deal with the Ukrainian crisis properly, if it gives up the initiative to the attempt to reshape Ukraine's borders, to the attempt to disintegrate the second major attempt of Ukrainian nation to make its own national democratic revolution, then the collapse of Ukraine will be only the first stage of a process in which other collapses of democratic nation building and development will follow, and not only and not simply in the post-Soviet space, in countries like Moldova, like Ukraine, like the particular situation in Belarus, which is governed by authoritarian regime now for more than 2 decades. But this process of intense erosion of the newly established democratic national governments in the eastern periphery of Europe will continue, and it will affect the European Union in general.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor, for your presentation. The situation and the description that you've given us is frightening. Probably we, as citizens, can do something, not just European institutions. So I think your testimony has allowed us to see the situation. We only know the situation through the newspapers, but you've given us a new perspective. So thank you very much, Alisa, also for your presentation, which I think you've opened the door to some new ways to participate. You spoke especially about the involvement of young people. And I don't know if you have any questions at this stage that you would like to pose. Yes. From the perspective of the Spanish civil society, and thinking a little bit about what we can do, not just for the Ukraine, but also other Eastern European countries, it is true that we don't traditionally have too much relation with these countries. We are quite distant from them. The speaker talked about corruption as well in those countries and the difficulty that this implies for using European funds. There have been some scandals, and we know now that some European funds have been used in Eastern European countries in an unlawful way. There can be collaboration projects like this one, partnerships for European projects with organizations from the Eastern European countries. Maybe that's part of the solution. I don't know if maybe you can give us an idea about how to get closer to Eastern European countries, how to be able to come in contact with organizations from Eastern Europe to support the development of the region and closing the gap between them and a Spanish organization. So how do we make contact there? Vistra, I hope that you heard the question. Did you hear the question, Vistra? We hope that you heard that question.
Yes, I have heard this question. It's really very important to have the opportunity to debate those issues and reach particular stable networks of exchange of opinions and decision-making into the civil society organizations between Eastern and Western Europe, because we consider it essential for the European citizens, for the European public opinion, to influence the decision-making not only in Brussels but in the major capitals of Europe vis-a-vis this particular set of problems that I have tried to define within this 15 minutes window of opportunity that I thank you for. So civil society organizations, civil society could really play a very essential role in making people aware of what's happening in the eastern part of Europe, among those countries who have joined relatively recently and who have a number of issues and problems that they have to sort out of their own. And those problems and issues are related to the raising of the quality of their European Union membership. The issues that I have mentioned are only one part of this entire agenda, and those are the issues of developing adequate European policies towards the neighborhood of the European Union, because we are talking about efficient foreign policy of the European Union for a long period of time, but this is not only foreign policy, this is a policy of enlargement, this is a policy of assistance, this is a policy of development, in our case, towards the eastern neighborhood, so that we can reach an active public opinion in Europe, which would support the decision-making in the European institutions and in the major European capitals in order to avoid crises like that we had in the autumn of 2013, when Ukraine, almost prepared to sign the association agreement with the European Union, had to give up this opportunity after a strong pressure coming from Mr. Putin from Moscow, which actually was humiliating for the entire European Union, for all people, for all citizens and all institutions of the European Union, because European Union did not approach Ukraine in order to conquer it or in order to do something illegitimate in Ukraine, but to assist Ukraine in its democratic nation building process, which, after all, in a particular format of understanding from Russia itself, is in favor of Russia to have that kind of a stable, more affluent, and more democratically developed Ukraine, in which all citizens will have their rights and their opportunities, including those citizens who are Russian speakers, who are more related to Russia, and about which the big problem is being raised those days, that what happens in the central square of Kiev, so-called Maidan, could be harmful for the Russian speakers of Eastern Ukraine. If Ukraine is stable, if Ukraine is well developing economically and is guaranteed in its functioning of democratic institutions, all Ukrainian citizens, including the Russian speakers of the East, will have their guarantees for free and better life in the future.
Ok, muchas gracias. Sí, como habéis visto, hay
Thank you very much.
Hay Estamos intentando solventarlos. Muchas gracias, profesor.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Desde Bruselas.
We also have Asia in Brussels. He's the director of eficaces. And also thanks to him, we've been able to carry out this program, which is through Bulgaria. ENFA is the organization that made the request, the application to Brussels. And I think this is a very good connection with Bulgaria. We just have a few minutes left. I don't know if you would like to tell us a few things. And so we're always very happy to speak with you. I don't know if you want to make some comments. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I consider that this is a unique project that we are carrying out today together with 13 partners all over Europe, because first, it's the most cost-effective project we have ever done. It proves one of my beliefs is that the best things coming from the not-for-profit sector can always be implemented with very limited amount of money and very vivid and committed effort in terms of civic energy. This project is a proof for that. For us, it's a very innovative one because we have never tried to connect so many countries across Europe online. As you know, the platform on which this exercise takes place is an online-based platform. There are debates at national level, but the international dimension is provided through internet. We didn't know whether this would work or not, but on the other hand, we were obliged to try because we believe that this is the way in order to ensure this cross-country and transnational link, which is so much missing nowadays in Europe. We all are very busy with our daily stuff. We all do very important things within the portfolios that we are implementing. At the same time, there are events taking place all over Europe and in the world that need our attention. the Ukraine crisis, the Bulgarian crisis as well, which is continuing for more than a year, calls for an answer to those events. I have had the opportunity recently to participate here in a Brussels-based platform where I raised the following point. If the European Union leaders are capable of coming together overnight, going beyond the usual mode of decision-making in order to adopt crisis decisions facing and helping the countries in economic crisis, like for example in Greece, with packages of reforms, I want to ask and I want to call for the adoption of such kind of a shortcut mechanism of Europe in order to enable an adequate response to crises which are not economic but are political. This is what we need in Europe. Yes, this is true that the European Union has started its existence as an economic union, but now we see that this is not enough. We have to push and to put forward a mechanism of fast decision making in order to ensure adequate response to crises which are not purely economic, which are also political. Because as we already heard, those two trends are very much linked. So I'm really very happy that I had the opportunity to listen to Mr. Minchev, to Professor Minchev. He's one of the greatest minds that I have never known in my life. I'm proud that he is Bulgarian as well, and I really do hope that this will be a very, very good opportunity and platform to develop more extensive and in-depth and broader links between Eastern and Western Europe. Marisa, thank you very much for this excellent organization and for all the efforts that you have put in having this debate. It's very valuable for me, and I'm really very grateful. And special regards from Brussels. Good luck.
Very much, Asia, and thank you also for all of your participation. And here in the hall, we're having some serious problems with the microphones. We've had some really important sound problems, but we hope we can solve these. We're going to take a break now. We're going to go to the coffee break. And then Asia, Bistra, and Professor, we'd like to invite you to stay with us for the roundtable discussion right after our coffee break. Thank you.
Prepare for that.
a major humanitarian crisis defined from the human side. So we give a face to this crisis in the video with real testimonies.
¿Se ve bien? ¿Sí se escucha bien? Sí se escucha bien, sí.
My business went bust and things are starting to roll downhill.
И потом я вот, ну, когда у меня все сбережения закончились, мне предложили знакомые продать ребенка.
Não pensei que fosse ser assim tão duro.
Să ne scălăm dimineața, să le putem sta cu o bucată de cer și pâine.
Lì la dignità ti va a finire sotto i piedi.
I am certified real estate expert. So people are coming, I was helping them with the deals, I was very successful, and this what spread business went bust, and things started to roll down, and 2007 the crisis hit.
И потом я вот, когда у меня все без сбережения закончилось, мне предложили знакомые продать ребенка.
Não pensei que fosse ser assim tão duro.
Să ne scălăm dimineața, să le putem sta cu o bucată de cer și pâine.
Lì la dignità ti va a finire sotto i piedi.
I gave them keys of my apartment. Then I went to one place where I stayed for a month, simply because I hadn't a place to stay. And now I am where I am. And in fact, I'm 49 years old now, but I have to start my life. I'm a new real estate expert. So people are coming, I have helping them with the deals. I was very successful. This word spread word by word. Take away from me. That's the main thing in my life. Kids 7 crisis hit. And then time changed. Take that away. Income. Nobody took it away, so I can lose money than I wanted. I'm rich. I'm mentally rich. A lot of things to make ends meet. And so I couldn't manage that reality. So my business happened fast. And things started to roll down. The person who has never fallen, the strongest person who has fallen, problems, and fight and go forward. The attitude towards life started. That's why I'm here and speak moving done. One day I woke up, people from bank came to me. I gave them keys of my apartment. Then I went to one place where I stayed for a month, simply because I hadn't a place to stay.
Я уехала в Россию, чтобы найти работу, как-то помочь семье, потому что у меня в семье никто не работает. Когда я приехала в Россию, в городе Екатеринбург, я работала первоначально в клининговой компании, потом в ресторане стюардом устроилась, потом накопила деньги, эти деньги не хватили только на 2 месяца, и не смогла работать. И потом я вот, когда у меня все сбережения закончилось, мне предложили знакомые продать ребенка. Вот так и они пришли, мне предлагали 100 тысяч рублей, что им продать, да. Потом я не согласилась, я решила, чтобы лучше им продать, я лучше расскажу маме, что у меня такие проблемы. Я уехала в Россию, но я хочу, чтобы найти работу, как-то помочь забыть все это, начать все сначала, с чистого листа, с нуля. Когда я приехала в Россию, в город Екатеринбург, я работала первоначально в клининговой компании, потом в ресторане стюардом устроилась, потом на торговый центр продолжительности. Потом я в феврале 2013 года, 20 февраля, и которые я
situação que é
накопила
comum aos
деньги,
jovens, muitas
эти
vezes
деньги
investirem
хватили только на 2
cursos
месяца.
superiores e depois não conseguirem se ingrar, conseguir
И
mudar
потом я
no
вот,
mundo do trabalho. Não pensei que
ну,
fosse ser
когда у
assim
меня все
tão duro.
сбережения закончились, мне предложили
Eu
знакомые продать
juntei-me
ребенка.
com alguns amigos meus que
Так и
também
они
trabalhavam
пришли,
em
мне
áreas
предлагали
semelhantes
100
e
тысяч рублей, что,
tentámos reunir-nos
ну, им
para começarmos a
продать, да.
trabalhar como uma
Потом я
empresa.
не согласилась, я
Mas foi
решила,
sempre
чтобы
complicado no
лучше им
aspecto
продать,
de
я лучше расскажу маме, что у меня такие проблемы.
com as questões económicas,
Но
pronto,
я
que
хочу,
fizeram
ну,
com que
я
as pessoas fizessem os
стараюсь
trabalhos
забыть все это,
se
начать
calhar
все
de
сначала,
modo
с
quase
чистого
gratuito.
листа, с нуля.
Eu vivo com os meus pais, lá está, não tenho uma situação fácil, eu julgo para dar o salto para uma casa é necessária alguma independência do ponto de vista económico, apesar de saber que ela não a tem, portanto acontece, é uma situação que é comum aos jovens, muitas vezes tinham a ideia que perante todo este esforço superiores e depois não conseguirem então ficar mais independente, não ter que do trabalho, não pensei que fosse ser assim tão entre aspas, apesar de eles estarem e continuarem. Juntei-me disponíveis com alguns amigos meus que também trabalhavam em áreas semelhantes e tentámos reunir-nos para começarmos a trabalhar como uma empresa. Mas foi sempre complicado no aspecto de confrontarmos com as questões económicas. Pronto, que fizeram com que as pessoas quisessem os trabalhos, se calhar, de modo quase gratuito. Eu vivo com os meus pais, lá está, não tenho uma situação fácil para dar o salto para uma casa são necessárias é necessário alguma independência do ponto de vista económico e que não tem. Os meus pais, por exemplo, tinham a ideia que perante todo este esforço seria possível então, ficar mais independente e não ter que pesar tanto na vida deles, entre aspas, apesar de eles estarem e continuarem disponíveis a ajudar. Mas eu entendo esse peso.
Lucrăm la negru și la negru nu te ia nimeni până nu ești. Mi-a fost foarte greu, ne-am întors înapoi cu... Ședeau și plângeam și noi acolo zile și nopți. Foarte multe mame plecate. Uneori se agravase și starea sănătății, am avut probleme cu sănătatea. Femeile sunt nevoite să plece peste hotare pentru rămânând soții acasă, îngrijesc de copii, de pământuri, de tot ce este din jurul familiei. Nu zicem bine plătit, dar măcar cât de cât pentru a putea să dăm o... Am fost plecată în Italia pentru a-mi găsi un post de muncă, să le putem sta cu o bucată a ajuta starea familiară, pentru a ajuta soțul meu pentru boala lui. Să nu... Unde am stat, am fost nevoită să stăm pe băncile parcului, să așteptăm să ne cadă un post de muncă, pentru că am fost nevoiți dar totuși să lucrăm la negru și la negru nu te ia nimeni până nu ești. Mi-a fost foarte greu, ne-am întors înapoi cu... Ședeau și plângeam și noi acolo zile și nopți. Uneori se agravase și starea sănătății, am avut probleme cu sănătatea.
Mi chiamo Villa Maurizio e ho avuto una ditta per 20 anni. Negli ultimi anni le cose sono andate male, dal 2009 in poi ho avuto dei lavori che non sono andati bene, sono andati sempre peggio, le ditte pagano sempre meno, i comuni non hanno liquidità e quindi dopo tanti sforzi siamo finiti a dover dichiarare il fallimento.
Pâine, același dulce, același lapte, să le putem
i beni primari che sentono le colpe prime, c'è stato lo sfratto per morosità della casa, il taglio delle bollette e alla fine siamo finiti qua, siamo finiti dentro questo camper che era destinato per le ferie estive.
Viața este un timp, dar totuși cred că merităm noi oamenii cât de cât să ne fie bine.
Difficile da affrontare è stata quella a novembre del 2011 che ho dovuto portare mio vero padre e portare mio babbo a 72 anni a dormire all'albergo popolare. Portare un uomo di 72 anni che ha sempre avuto la possibilità di autosufficienza, quindi all'inizio e ha avuto di non avere nessun tipo di problema. Negli ultimi anni le cose sono andate male, dal 2009 in poi ha avuto la dignità dei lavori che non sono andati bene, sono andati sempre peggio, le ditte pagano sempre meno. I comuni non hanno liquidità, quindi che mi fa sopravvivere dopo tanti sforzi siamo finiti alla fine a dover dichiarare il fallimento. Mi risolleverò, alla fine comunque il fallimento come al solito di un momento sono i beni primari che sentono le colpe prime. C'è stato lo sfratto per morosità della casa, un lavoretto, il taglio delle bollette e alla fine siamo finiti in una stanza dentro questo camper che era destinato per le ferie estive e poter dare un'educazione ai nostri figlioli e cercare di fargli capire che la vita non è tutta nera. La parte più difficile da affrontare è stata quella a novembre del 2011 che ho dovuto portare mio vero padre e portare mio babbo a 72 anni a dormire all'albergo popolare. Portare un uomo di 72 anni che ha sempre avuto la possibilità di autosufficienza, quindi di pagare, di riscuotere, di non avere nessun tipo di problema, doverlo portare a dormire all'albergo popolare. Lì la dignità ti va a finire sotto i piedi.
Estrella.
La speranza che mi fa sopravvivere è quella che comunque alla fine mi risolleverò. Alla fine comunque si tratta soltanto di un momento.
You've seen the video, and you can see that there's no Spanish case, but there are situations that we can recognize very well. The person, for example, that lost their company, the person who was already vulnerable became more fragile, the young person who cannot move out of his parents' house and establish his own life. Now this campaign, the International Federation of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent, the A Better World, this whole program belonged to a campaign where we have the video and a report. The report, entitled The Humanitarian Impacts of the Economic Crisis in Europe, addresses the challenges facing this society in Europe and the challenges that we have, that social organizations have to face. It's the second report by the Federation, and it was drawn up on the basis of the request for help from the different European Red Cross agencies, given the emerging social needs and the responses that we're giving to these needs. And this was drawn up in 2013. This report has several chapters on how the situation has worsened since the beginning of the crisis and the greater vulnerability of individuals who already lived in situations of risk, but as we've seen, in the video, there's new poverty as well, migrant persons and unemployment. We're talking about shameful poverty now in the report, and we can see this in the report, in the video as well. Now, there are a number of recommendations in the report for all sectors of the society. It's a report that addresses governments, companies, civil society organizations, institutions, to keep the economic crisis from also becoming a social and moral crisis. In the documentation that we've sent out, you will find the recommendations from the report, but I'm going to list them just quickly for you to guarantee the social protection networks. Now, these networks prevent people from slipping from poverty into exclusion. People in this situation of exclusion have a very difficult time escaping from that situation. I apologize for my allergies. I'm having a little bit of trouble speaking. And prevent drastic cutbacks or indiscriminate cutbacks in health and social service budgets. And to overcome the crisis, we need resilience. Individual and the community health cutbacks over the long term could create greater financial crisis and making the recovery even slower and incomplete. Increase services for mental health and because of the psychosocial problems that are emerging in these times of crisis. I'm going to also talk about some reports that we're putting together in this connection. International help for the rights of migrants and promote respect for diversity, nonviolence, and social exclusion. Here we recommend to the governments that they comply with the law to not discriminate and to treat people equally. And it also makes reference to the fact that the majority of governments assumed this commitment at the 31st International Conference of the Red Cross and Red Crescent in 2011. Maintain and broaden active support for insertion in the labor market. The report says that due to the crisis, many Europeans are falling behind. They're unemployed, dependent, excluded from social life. Youth employment is a priority on the agenda of the European Union, but we must implement initiatives addressing other sectors of the population as well. The private sector and the third sector need to work hand in hand to finance and promote volunteerism as an important part of social and health systems. Volunteers can specifically complement both the society and for individuals, especially in times of crisis. So these are the recommendations that we made to the government by the International Federation. Now, I wanted to supplement this short presentation, and I wanted to make it short because I think the video speaks for itself, and it was quite long. But just to say that at the Red Cross, for several years now, we've been analyzing the situation of the crisis and the people that we help. We brought out a vulnerability bulletin just 6 months ago, and we analyzed all of the population that we work with. We did a survey of 1,053 people to see how the situation is developing. And this year, we have two specific focuses. One on analyzing the situation of young people that we work with, and another analyzing the situation of the elderly that we work with. And let me give you some data on that. For example, unemployment reaches 67% of people, of the active population, and of all the people that we work with, 66% are unemployed. 51.73% are long-term unemployed, and among those who are employed, 80% are poor workers. In other words, their salary is below the poverty line. Almost 82% of the homes are under the poverty line. More than 31 have material needs, and 33% of the cases, all of the members of the family are unemployed. Just to give you an outline of on young people, I can say that 80% of the young people that we work with are unemployed. You know that the 54% of overall young people are unemployed. 56% are high school dropouts. Another large percentage drop out of school early. An important percentage of these young people talk about very serious economic problems at home, and emancipation or moving out of the home is almost impossible amongst the elderly that we work with. If we look at these globally, all of the different groups that we work with, they're the ones that are in the best situation, really. They have fixed incomes, which they're pensions, but when you take a closer look, you see that these pensions that they have, the most are between 500 and 600 euros, are widow and widower pensions. Most of the people we work with are widows, are women, and the majority are over age 80. So it's a population, elderly population with fixed income. So in our report, they seem to be less vulnerable. However, if we take a close look over the last year, 33% have been helping their families for the first time in 2013. In other words, these families are helping their children and their grandchildren with those pensioner funds, and many of their family members are living with them. 50% have revenues below the poverty line, and 12.7% indicate that they can't reach the end of the month, and 33% cannot turn on the heat in the wintertime. So we're talking about the elderly in very difficult situations in terms of material deprivation and energy deprivation. So these people are making the added effort to deal with their children and grandchildren. So they're the safety network at this stage for their families. Now, what is happening in the organizations and the Red Cross? How are they dealing with this situation? Well, in 2012, we worked with more than 2,400,000 people. Now, if we compare 2008 and 2012, the increase has been by 163%. Now, I suppose the same thing is happening to you. Organizations have to react, and especially when there's less public support for people with these problems, especially at the community and local level. But we have had to organize things in an emergency. New profiles that we're dealing with. We are still working with the people that we used to deal with that are facing a very vulnerable or chronic situation of vulnerability, or due to other vulnerability profiles. Today we're dealing with people who are drug dependent people, the elderly, migrants, women with difficulties, gender-based violence, many different profiles. But now, once again, we're dealing with people that we used to work with that were becoming inserted in society. In other words, they had found jobs, they had overcome all of their difficulties. All those difficulties leading to that situation. In safe socioeconomic situations. So what are we doing from the side of the organizations? Well, we're really putting up a dike against this onslaught of problems. I don't know if you face the same situations, but in the Red Cross, we've had to rethink about implementing programs that used to be minor programs, secondary programs for food programs or economic support programs or hygiene programs, paying for gas or electricity bills or rental so that people are not evicted and become immersed in a situation of exclusion. Now, we've had to do that without losing the will to work on processes for the integration of people, because emergency situations are really conditioning the way we work. And if we continue down this path, we're going to focus everything on food aid or economic aid, given the pressure that we're under. But it's very important not to lose sight of working also with people to become more autonomous, to try to help them to rise out of the situation they find themselves in. So I'm talking about how important it is to maintain our employability programs, our training programs that all organizations had been working on before the crisis. Now we've prioritized our work now, and under 4 pillars, covering basic needs, as I was saying just a moment ago, promoting success at school, academic success, because children need to be protected, especially protected right now. Many children live in standard homes without any added problems, the problems that before the crisis were. But now some of them are just left with no economic resources, and these children are having problems. Books or to have proper school clothing. So we're trying to prioritize this situation to reinforce work with school children, while also we're working on working with the parents to help them support their families. Another of the priorities is to improve employability and the prevention of residential exclusion. We're concerned also, of course, by young people. There's two studies underway now on the activation of students, how to make them more active through the Red Cross, and how to improve youth employability. Now we're applying the pathways that we applied to the vulnerable groups to young people, but we're realizing that we need to adapt all the training and labor counseling to young people, and we need to include more far-reaching objectives, not just in finishing compulsory education, but also to help to make them more employable. So we need to reinforce that type of work. Another thing we want to reinforce was the impact on mental health that these situations are having. In these reports, we're starting to see inter-family tension, in other words, problems in relations, not necessarily violence, but a lot of discouragement and depression. So this is an issue that we also want to reinforce in our work. Now, why these 4 priorities that I've just enumerated? Because we think that there are 3 important elements that contribute to people's resilience. One is economic stability, another is social and health protection, and the third is primary solidarity. Economic stability, well, with the levels of employment that we have in the country, you know what that situation is like. It's not just the level of unemployment, but it's how many homes, 1,800,000, that have all of their members that are unemployed without any type of coverage because they no longer have unemployment benefits, for example. Social health protection, that's basic to maintaining people when they are unemployed, to keep their health at a certain acceptable level, and to give them the support they need. And the austerity policies throughout Europe mean that scholarships, school scholarships are disappearing, or for the lunchroom, the co-payment system for the health care. And in the case of Spain, irregular immigrants are excluded from the healthcare system. In terms of primary solidarity, it has worked very well. First, the families, friends. But in our reports, we're starting to see this shown you. And all of the European societies, we're all pushing all of these issues in Geneva, in our head office. Now, there was a sentence from the video, in my opinion, that if our dignity is to trample, then that's what's going to be the downfall of Europe.
Thank you, Estrella. We've heard figures, and when you see these figures and the video, well, you realize that the situation, different situations have been highlighted, and we need a more human Europe, not only a more social Europe. And that's what the
Esta te la dejo abierta.
right to decide. People with intellectual disabilities should be respected by law, just as any other individual. They have the same rights. They can make their own decisions on important issues. They should have the support they need to make decisions. Right to vote. Right to marry. Right to decide where they want to live. The right to be involved in decision making. contribute to the campaign.
Inés. Sí, Estrella, que puedes levantarse un poquito por el por supuesto.
Bueno, buenos días.
Good morning.
En primer lugar, agradecer a la plataforma su
First,
invitación para
I
participar
would
en esta
like to
jornada.
thank the platform for
Y
its
tanto Raquel
invitation
como yo vamos
to be here
a
today.
presentar la
Raquel and
campaña del
I
derecho
are
civil
going
de
to
inclusión
present the
internacional.
campaign of Inclusion International, the right to decide. First, FIAPS will be making its presentation. It's an organization aimed at helping people with mental disabilities and at helping families to have their own life project, a quality life. And we also want a fair society where everyone is a citizen. And this campaign is aimed at these people with mental disabilities to be included in the community, to have the same opportunities, and to be full-fledged citizens. This inclusion project also fits in with the strategic strands at FIAPS, full citizenship for people, changing societies and services, to have political clout, to set up an organizational model taking into account people with disabilities, and to revitalize organizations. The projects that we are going to be presenting today fit in within these strategic pillars at FIAPS. The campaign is an Inclusion International campaign. It's an organization that represents families who have members with disabilities and who represents people with disabilities. Inclusion International works globally. Inclusion Europe works in Europe, and FIAPS is responsible for all these matters in Spain. We have a network of around 900 organizations throughout Spain. When we started thinking about the campaign, FIAPS decided that, well, we needed to join the campaign because we had been working on the right to decide for people with disabilities for years. So we joined the campaign. We launched awareness-raising campaigns and campaigns to promote the right to decide for people with disabilities. The campaign is based on Article 12 of a convention, an international treaty, which is in force since May 2008, and that's the New York Convention on Rights of People with Disabilities. Article 12 of the Convention recognizes equality before the law of people with disabilities. That means that people with disabilities are equal before the law, they enjoy the same rights, and they have the same duties. And that's what the Convention says. In addition to that, the Convention says that these people are entitled to being supported, in making decisions, and their preferences need to be taken into account. The decisions they make need to be taken into account. They cannot be replaced. The Convention gives examples. For instance, people with disabilities are entitled to ownership and to inheriting property. They're entitled to managing their own economic affairs. They can have access to loans, and they should not be deprived of their property. The Convention was signed and ratified by Spain, and therefore it's applicable in Spain, and it's also a human rights treaty. Therefore, under our constitution, human rights should be interpreted as per the convention. Part of our legislation has been adapted, but part of it hasn't been adapted yet, or is still pending adaptation, but the convention has been in force since 2008, and part of our legislation is taking too long to adapt to that convention. People with disabilities have said, without a voice, we have no power and we're invisible. And that's the basis for this international campaign. When we've talked to people with disabilities, in other campaigns of this organization, people with disabilities have said that they don't have a voice. And if they don't have a voice, we can't listen to what they have to say. This led to designing this campaign. The campaign is aimed at raising awareness on Article 12, and also to raise awareness on the impact of depriving people from making their own decisions, and also to identify support mechanisms, because sometimes practice needs to precede law, and so we need to see how we can make this right real for people with disabilities, because sometimes we don't know how to implement this right, and we need to look for mechanisms and best practices that are already working. We need to study those mechanisms, and then we need to provide people with tools so that they can make their own decisions. We're going to look at the support mechanisms that FEAPS provides, and which we will be providing to Inclusion International. Some examples, for instance, would be the guide, well, we defend our rights on a day-to-day basis. It's a guide drawn up by FEAPS in order to explain in a simple manner the rights we're all entitled to. The campaign My Vote Also Matters is a campaign that has also been designed, and let me explain some campaigns. Well, that campaign, My Vote Counts, it's about going to political parties and explaining to them how important it is to have easy reading programs, because that helps society across the board. Not only does it help people with disabilities. We were involved in that campaign, and it was very interesting because they were talking to a political party, and the militants said that they didn't even understand what their political program said and meant. So it all went well. And we translated several political programs to easy reading text. We did this for the 2011 parliamentary elections, and we also did it for the regional elections in Catalonia, Galicia, the Basque Country, and Asturias. And we're currently working on the same thing for the European elections this year.
Por otro lado, también tenemos el manifiesto por la plena ciudadanía.
We also have this manifest for full citizenship in 2012. It was the anniversary of the Cadix Constitution, and FEAPS decided to pay tribute to that constitution. Part of that tribute led to drawing up a manifesto which explained our demands.
Pues entonces estas son algunas de las cosas que
And these are some of the things that
dijeron los autogestores. Pues por ejemplo,
the
las personas
authors said. For instance, people with disabilities
luchamos porque nos consideren
struggle so that we are considered full-fledged citizens. Every day we go through situations where our rights are not respected. Other people decide in our stead. And many of us, well, because we're disabled, we are not allowed to vote. Some people decide in our stead. They don't take us into account. We ask judges, lawyers, doctors, and prosecutors to know who we are before they sign a disability decision, because we're capable of doing many things and making our own decisions. And we are preparing ourselves to be independent and to live just as any other citizen. We can do it, but we need support. And this finished with an explicit commitment taken on by the FEAPS board to promote internal changes so that people with intellectual or development disabilities can play a more important role in making decisions in the organization.
Vale. Vale, también otra forma en la que FEAPS apoya el derecho a
FEAPS also supported the right to decide by organizing 2 events last year. The participation guide, which was presented at the participation fair, and which states that people with disabilities must be able to be fully involved in their life and in society. It also explains what people with disabilities can do to be more involved. And last year, FEAPS also set up the Altavoz Cooperative. Not only did it set it up, but it's also a member of that cooperative. The cooperative has 3 partners with intellectual disability, 2 employees, and FEAPS, which is also a member. We provide 4 types of services: rights training, training and translation into easy reading material, assessment of quality of life in residences according to the FEAPS model, and assessments for cognitive access in different environments. Now let me give you some examples. The members of the cooperative have been directly involved in 36 rights training courses, 1 easy reading course, 4 residence evaluations, and we have also adapted text to easy reading, and there have been a further 18 courses in rights. We also have the Gadir group, which is a group supporting the board, and that started in Toledo 10, where people with disabilities asked to be involved in decisions that affected them. FEAPS added this to the strategic plan and to the Articles of Association. And this has led to setting up this group in 2014. The group has met twice, and in April we will meet again. FEPS also decided that a person from the management support group should be a full-fledged member on the board. And I was already there at the last board. And that's all I have to say.
Sí. Vale, entonces, como conclusión.
So what are the conclusions we can draw from this presentation? We're all equal before the law, and people with disabilities should also be equal before the law. We also need to a global change. We need a change in the legislation. Practices need to change. All organizations are supporting change through different initiatives, and people with disability, intellectual or development disability, want to make decisions and can make decisions. So thank you all for your attention.
A lo largo de la vida, convives con miles. A lo largo de la vida, convives con miles, billones de personas. Políticos, periodistas, incluso con esas personas con las que te cruzas y nunca llegarás a conocer. Todos los ciudadanos, con cada pensamiento, actitud, decisión, construimos la sociedad en la que vivimos. Por lo tanto, todos podemos contribuir a cambiar y mejorar la sociedad.
Las personas con discapacidad intelectual o de desarrollo luchamos por ese cambio.
Por alcanzar una ciudadanía
porque cada acción, por cotidiana que sea,
puede conllevar un gran cambio.
¿Quieres saber lo que puedes hacer?
Tratar con dignidad y respeto a todo el mundo.
No sentir lástima de la gente que no es como yo.
No mirar raro ni sonreír de forma compasiva a personas que no conozco.
Permitir que la gente se enamore cuando y de quien quiera.
No discriminar.
Dejar de lado los clichés, informar de modo positivo e inclusivo.
Dejar que los demás se expresen y tomen sus propias decisiones.
No arrebatar el derecho a voto de otros ciudadanos.
No dudar de la capacidad para ser una buena madre.
No difundir información personal sin autorización.
Hablar a todo el mundo de forma directa y no dar por supuesto que no entienden lo que digo.
Interesarme de verdad en la experiencia laboral, cimientos y virtudes de una persona. Fijarme en lo que pueda aportar la empresa.
No sobreproteger al que no lo necesita.
Informar mejor para que todos los ciudadanos puedan votar de forma responsable.
Conocer bien a las personas antes de juzgar sus capacidades.
Diseñar y construir ciudades accesibles, adaptadas a todos.
Contar con el personal adecuado para que todo el mundo tenga derecho a la educación.
Respetar y proteger los derechos propios y de los demás.
Contribuir a la inclusión de todas las personas.
Conseguir que cada persona con discapacidad intelectual o del desarrollo sea ciudadano de pleno derecho está en tu mano.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Inés.
Thank you, Inés and Raquel. for your presentations. We're not behind, we're just on time, so we can now give the floor to Yolanda Besteiro, who is going to present the campaign I Vote, I Change, I Vote for Equality. And she's the president of the Federation of Progressive Women.
Luego puedes seguir.
Ladies first.
Bueno, pues buenos días a todos y a todas.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First, I'd like to thank the Acción Social NGO platform for having invited me. And I am going to be, well, we're going to be talking about what breaks Europe. And I'm here to say that one of the things breaking Europe is inequality between men and women. Still today, and after many centuries, and we don't know until when, there are inequalities between men and women. And this prevents the European Union from working normally, because no matter how much we want it, it will not be a place of rights if men and women can't access the same positions and work in conditions of equality. So this is the purpose of this campaign, I Vote, I Change, I Vote for Equality. It's a campaign which is conducted by the European Women's Lobby. I represent the Federation of Progressive Women. It's a Spanish feminist organization, non-profit organization set up in 1987. It's considered of a public utility, and it's made up of local, provincial, and regional organizations, and it also includes sectoral organizations that focus on different inequalities that affect different groups, so young women, Roma women, artist women, and so on. And they're also part of the federation representing their sector. And we have around 23,000 women, including all organizations. We want to promote the change of social, economic, and cultural structures in order to achieve equality and gender equality between men and women by influencing feminist policy and empowerment so that women can have an independent life and can fulfill the rest of their life in full independence. And this is done based on freedom, leadership, intercultural relations, and so on. Why am I presenting a campaign of the European Women's Lobby? Because my federation represents or is part of this European Women's Lobby. It's an organization which was set up in 1995, and it's the Spanish chapter CELEM is the Spanish chapter of the European Women's Lobby, which is a network of organizations that operates in all EU countries. It includes 27 coordinating bodies that belong to all European Union countries, and it also includes other groups of women. CELEM coordinates organizations. It has 6 regional platforms, such as the one in Andalucía, the one in Castilla-La Mancha, Asturias, Castilla-León, Cantabria, and so on. And it includes over 30 women's organizations, national women's organizations. So my organization presides over the coordinating body, and I'm here in that capacity. Both the European Lobby and CELEM are in contact with the European Commission and with the Spanish government. CELEM is also a member of the Equality Observatory and of the Managing Council of the Women's Institute here in Spain. Now, to fight against inequality, and now that European elections are coming up, and now that we're at a crucial moment as far as political influence is concerned, well, we've designed the 50-50 campaign with the slogan, "No modern European democracy without gender equality." And part of that campaign is the campaign that we've seen right now in the video. I vote, I change, I vote for equality. We know that in May 2014, we're going to be electing a new European Parliament, but my question is, are there going to be as many women as men among the MEPs? Is there at last going to be a president of the European Parliament after 13 years of presidents who've been men? Will we see a European Commission with a woman president? Will the European Commission have 50% women and 50% men? The 50-50 campaign refers to paritary democracy, where both sexes are represented equally. Now, what is this democracy, which is at the heart of this 50-50 campaign? This expression, paritary democracy, came up at the Athens conference in 1992 for the first time, when the Women in Power conference was held. Women politicians were present there, and so were representatives of the feminist movement. That's where the term paritary democracy was coined, to show that women make up 50% of society, more in Europe, 52% of the population in Europe. So women make up at least 50% of the population. That's half of the skills of humankind, and that's why being underrepresented in positions of power is a loss for the whole of society. The talent of women is not used, and that's something no society can afford. And not only no society can afford that, but the European democracy, which aspires to represent everyone, if it does without half of the population, well, there's a democratic deficit. There's a problem of legitimacy in its institutions. There's going to be an over-representation of men. They have different interests, a different worldview, and half of the population is not sufficiently represented in Parliament. So if we're underrepresented in Parliament and in the other EU institutions, then we women have a problem because we're not where we're supposed to be. And the institutions also have a problem in that case because there is a problem of underrepresentation. They don't represent all of their citizens, and therefore they don't represent the interests of all their citizens, women and men. And what does parliamentary democracy stand for? A balance of power between men and women, and that means having policies and activities that change the current structures and which allow for a balance between men and women in government.
In Europe, in terms of equality between men and women, now it goes without saying that Europe, in all of its actions, it has to set one of its major objectives, and a major value in Europe is equality between men and women. Now this is stated formally, and it's also part of many documents and initiatives to try to achieve equality between men and women. I'm just going to cite two of these. I just don't have time to get more into this, but the European Strategy for Equality Between Men and Women from 2010 to 2015, or the European Pact for Gender Equality 2013-2020. Now, it's also true that this is what Europe is doing in a formal way, but in reality, we still have a lot to do for the real equality between men and women. And now, if we look at the different member states of the EU, in many countries, the difference is still much bigger than we see in some other countries. So the European Union needs to play a major role in achieving equality between men and women. Now, to achieve that equality, we have to have equal payment for the same work, equal salaries, equality in the labor market. In other words, the same quality of work, the same possibility to find jobs and to be promoted within the workplace. The equal representation of men and women in the different decision-taking bodies. Also, the European Union should play a major role in fighting against all forms of gender-based violence against women, just for being women. Especially, it should play a vital role in the human rights of women in Europe, but also in the rest of the world. The European Union has the power to improve the lives of millions of people, but this requires active participation of all of the women, all European women and European men. Now this is manifested through the participation in the different European institutions and bodies, and also through your vote, through the campaign. The need to vote, the need to participate, to change things and transform Europe, transform the world to be a place where there is equality between men and women. So, and to make this more than just a formal declaration, to make this real and effective. Now this is the theory. But as I said, data show us that we're still a long way from reaching equality. Just to give you a few data here, in the European Parliament, only 35% of the members of Parliament are women. In the national parliaments, the inequality is even greater. Only 24% are women. Now, to delve deeper into these data within the European Parliament and the different countries, Finland has the greatest representation. 62% are women and 38% are men. That's in Finland. So there we see an important effort being made by Finland for equality policies and representation in the European Parliament. As for Spain, we're in 41% and 59% men. And the lowest representation is in countries such as Poland, 22% of women and 78% men, and the Czech Republic with 18% of women and 82% of men. So as I said, the average comes to 35% of presence of women in the European Parliament. Now, according to political parties, the largest numbers are in the Green Party, that has 48.27% women members of the European Parliament, followed by the Progressive Socialist Group, 44.10% women, and as I said before, the overall percentage is 35%. Now, of the vice presidencies, only 3 of the 14 vice presidencies, only 3 are run by women. And the president of the European Commission is also a man. Now, what happens with the European Commission? Well, the European Commission, the president is a man, and there has never been a woman president of the European Commission. And of the 27 members of the European Commission, there are only 9 women commissioners. Only 33% of the commissioners are women. So, the 50-50 campaign, the European Women's Lobby, is attempting, with this slogan, no modern European democracy without equality, is to try to make women more active with a specific goal of increasing the active participation of women, both as voters, given the transformation that we can achieve through the vote, and to increase the participation of women at the voting booth, and also the active participation not only as voters but also as candidates to political office, and to also guarantee an equal participation of men and women in the European institutions, both at the high level, forming part of the European institutions, as well as in the Commission itself. Now, this 50-50 campaign, making 50 to this parity between men and women, began to work in the 2009 European elections, and we did achieve an increase. Not as much as we would have liked, but we did get a certain increase of women in the different spheres of action and activities within the European Union, but there was some progress made. And from there, for the European elections of this year, 2014, we've once again implemented this campaign, which started with a joint declaration of the needs to move forward in the equality between men and women, to make up for this deficiency that we have in terms of decision-making positions held by women. And an event that began on the 25th of October 2012 in Strasbourg. Now, the main messages of the campaign, first of all, are, just going to talk about the most important ones here, to increase the balanced presence in the EU of women. Now, the lack of participation of women affects the legitimacy of our democracy, and we need to promote a more inclusive and participatory democracy. Another important message for the political parties and the governments. Why? Because they're the ones that elect their candidates. Therefore, the political parties must increase the presence of their women candidates, and the governments also represent their candidacies for the high-level candidacies for the institutions of the European Union. So we need to contact governments to increase the presence of women, and also an active message for all citizens of the European Union that they need to participate, that they need to get out and vote. And this means that they have to get involved using the different tools that are designed through the campaign to promote this awareness raising, to increase the presence of women in the European Parliament, the Commission, and all of the other European institutions. Now, there are specific measures here. I have a graph that just summarizes of what should be done to increase the presence of women and how to become more actively, more active in the European institutions to increase the number of women in the European Parliament. What should we do? Well, we should first of all contact or start now as of the elections and up to the elections, and as the electoral lists are being put together in the different countries, as they are choosing their candidates, we need to address the political parties and the voters so that they create a lobby to require parties to increase the number of women on their list and to guarantee the number of women in decision-making posts on their lists, and not just at the end of their list. So women, we should have what we call the zipper candidacies, where you have a man, woman, in the list, in the priority list of candidacies. We'll be able to see on the web pages these lists of candidacies, and we can send letters to pressure political parties as they develop their list of candidacies at national level, and also disseminate information to inform voters to vote for those parties that support gender equality. Also, we can contact the European Commission directly, so as they elect their president in July 2014, and also as they select the different members of the Commission. Now we have to act as of now until the summertime when the vote will take place. So who should we address? Well, the Parliament who are elected. And we should contact national governments and propose that they propose a woman as the president of the Commission, first of all, and they can have the different kinds so that they require that the Commission should be balanced between men and women in terms of the candidacies, and that they select and vote for women candidates at the high-level positions of the Commission. Well, the same thing in this case, to elect, to have a more representative Commission. And for the President of the European Council, that's going to be the 26th and 27th of June 2014. In the spring and summer of this year, in other words, we should address the heads of government of all of the member states of the EU. And we should do that by pressuring the government so they do appoint women for these posts. These posts that have traditionally been held by women or by men, we should propose women to hold these posts. We have this form letter, Form C, we call this, to write those letters. And we have a whole series of measures to support this campaign. So here we need this participation with all of the political parties, but also very important with important personalities, people that are important in the media, that have certain social prestige, so that they can publicly support the campaign and give greater value or greater weight to the campaign. More than 100 important parties in the European Union now support the campaign, and in certain personalities, for example, the Siria Enabadi, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Mr. Jozef from Croatia, for example, a whole series of members of parliament and other personalities from different areas of culture, policy, economics, and so forth that have supported our movement. We also have a form letter, it's letter D. So I'm going to finish up now. Here we have some photographs of important photographs. The president of Croatia here, as you can see, or the Nobel Prize winner. And On the webpage, you can see all of the information on this campaign, and you'll see the different form letters to do your own lobbying here. So thanks very much for your attention, and here I'll be very happy to field your questions. Thanks very much, Yolanda, for that. Now we're going to give the floor to the last speaker of the morning, Jordi Vaquer, who is in Berlin right now. Jordi, I'm not sure, I suppose he'll show up on the screen in just a moment. Jordi is the director of the Open Society. It is a whole group of foundations that does excellent work. In helping Greece. He has a video that he's going to show us, I think. But we don't see the video. I don't know exactly where that video is, if it's going to be coming up in the room. Let's go ahead and put that video on for you. If you lose your job, I lose mine. If you lose your dreams, I lose mine. If you lose your hope, mine is lost. No one should be allowed to go into free fall. When these structures come tumbling down, when the system fails us, people are the ones who need to conserve our world. Solidarity is not silence. Solidarity is voice. And it's what brings us all together. We are Europe. It is our common asset. Solidarity now.
Jordi?
Jordi, can you hear us? Hello, Jordi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Sí, sí, os oigo bien.
Yes, I can. Thanks so much for participating. And I know it's been difficult from Berlin, and we've made you wait a little bit. Sorry about that, but we're very interested in listening to your presentation about the campaign. Today, the 11th of March in Madrid, we're here at the Commission building and talking about solidarity and how to transform the civil society in Spain, and also to making a call for participation in the European elections for a more social Europe. So, Jordi, you have the floor to talk about the campaign, its aims, and whatever you want. The floor is yours.
Gracias. Muchas
Thank you.
gracias. Muchas gracias.
Thanks very much. And good morning to everyone.
Bueno, voy a hablarles un poquito de
I'm going to talk a little bit
del trabajo de Open Society Initiative for Europe, que es la iniciativa para una sociedad abierta en Europa, y se trata de una organización que lleva 30 años trabajando en Europa, Open Society Foundations, pero una iniciativa relativamente nueva, que es la que se encarga de todo el espacio de la Unión Europea. Open Society Foundations, la misión principal es defender la idea de sociedad abierta, por lo tanto, construir democracias funcionales y tolerantes cuyos gobiernos rinden cuentas a sus ciudadanos. Y la primera, digamos, pregunta obvia que uno se hace es por qué una organización así pues tiene que estar activa en la Unión Europea, que básicamente los requisitos básicos de derecho a los derechos fundamentales y de respeto a los mecanismos democráticos pues se dan en todo este espacio. Pues bien, hay evidentemente una razón que es las amenazas o los peligros que amenazan a la democracia en Europa en este momento y que tienen que ver, según mi punto de vista y según nuestro análisis, con 4 cosas. La primera es que lo que podríamos llamarle el sueño europeo por primera vez está un poco en peligro, ¿no? ¿Y qué quiero decir con esto? Pues yo creo que el sueño europeo, lo que más o menos une a todos los ciudadanos, es el hecho de que todos tenemos un poco la conciencia de que en nuestras sociedades, en nuestros países, siempre hay unas ciertas políticas sociales, una cierta solidaridad que significan que uno nunca está completamente solo, ¿no? Y además había la idea de una convergencia hacia una mayor, una mayor equidad, la idea de que cada vez los países que éramos un poco menos prósperos, pues acabaríamos siendo más parecidos a la mayoría de los países de la Unión Europea. Yo creo que con la crisis esto ha acabado, el fin de la ilusión de la convergencia, se le suma el hecho de que tenemos una generación que por primera vez ve que sus perspectivas, por primera vez desde de la Segunda Guerra Mundial, ve que las perspectivas suyas serán peores que las de sus padres y estamos viviendo pues una desigualdad creciente, sobre todo en países como España, crecimiento de la exclusión, de la marginalidad. Y esto evidentemente es una amenaza para Europa y para la democracia, pero una segunda amenaza es que los europeos en este momento cada vez se sienten más incómodos, o nos sentimos como grupo, más incómodos con la diversidad. Hay un aumento en algunos lugares muy notorio del racismo y es, por ejemplo, algo que hemos detectado muchísimo en nuestro trabajo en Grecia, pero también el sentimiento contra el pueblo romaní, contra los gitanos, ha crecido en muchísimos sitios, desde nuestra vecina Francia hasta Hungría, países de Europa del Este, Gran Bretaña, etcétera. Y además están creciendo electoralmente opciones de populismo xenófobo, partidos abiertamente anti-inmigración, partidos abiertamente partidarios de la discriminación de las personas por razón de su etnia, por razón de su nacionalidad, por razones, digamos, que para mí me parecen intolerables. Y este entorno es una segunda gran amenaza, un segundo peligro que nos preocupa. El tercero es, evidentemente, la erosión de las garantías democráticas. Esta erosión se da en democracias nuevas como la húngara, donde pues el gobierno ha sido quien ha llevado a cabo, pues, por ejemplo, en su primer año reformó 11 veces la Constitución, al cabo de un año aprobó una Constitución hecha a medida del poder y de consolidar el poder, y sin embargo desde entonces la ha modificado 4 veces más para seguir aumentando su capacidad de actuar autónomamente y para seguir reduciendo la capacidad de control de los ciudadanos sobre la acción de gobierno. Pero también se da en democracias muy consolidadas. El propio Reino Unido, por ejemplo, la manera en que se ha llevado a cabo la lucha antiterrorista, la manera en que en muchos países de la Unión Europea se ha estado espiando a los ciudadanos, la manera en que, por ejemplo, pues en Grecia, que es un país donde estamos viviendo un ritmo de un ataque racista cada 2 días, que es una estadística tremenda, hay poquísima acción policial y judicial para poner remedio a esto. Por lo tanto, una tercera gran amenaza sería la erosión de las garantías democráticas. Y el cuarto peligro es la desconfianza que se ha instalado entre ciudadanos e instituciones democráticas, entre ciudadanos y sus representantes. El hecho de que una parte muy grande de la ciudadanía europea se siente traicionada por las élites políticas y económicas. Y esto se está traduciendo, por un lado, por el lado de muchos ciudadanos, en un ataque directo, no ya simplemente a las personas o a los partidos, sino incluso a las propias instituciones democráticas, y el peor ejemplo es el ataque a la propia Unión Europea. Y luego la otra reacción es la reacción contraria, que es la reacción de los que están en el poder, que es la tecnocracia, es decir, no hay otro remedio, no hay alternativas y aquí la única opción es hacer las cosas como nosotros las hacemos. Las dos son problemáticas y una además alimenta a la otra, ¿no? Bueno, pues en este contexto me gustaría hablar un poquito de qué hace la sociedad civil y un poquito lo que hemos aprendido de nuestra acción en Grecia. La sociedad civil es parte del problema y parte de la solución. Y yo no quiero hablar de una sociedad civil ideal, de una sociedad civil que soluciona todos los problemas, porque también tenemos nuestra parte de la culpa. Y voy a empezar por ahí, por lo que ha hecho mal o lo que está haciendo la sociedad civil que empeora la situación, ¿no? Creo que es muy representativo, en primer lugar, pues que los grandes movimientos nuevos, originales, con apoyo, por lo menos a nivel, digamos, de encuestas, de una parte muy grande de la población, sean movimientos que no han salido de la sociedad civil organizada, sino que han salido mucho más espontáneamente. En España, pues el 15M, en Gran Bretaña y Estados Unidos Occupy, en Bulgaria Dance With Me, por ejemplo, todo el movimiento que durante meses ha estado en las calles de Sofía, es un movimiento fortísimamente o con una fuerte desconfianza hacia las ONGs, a las que culpa de ser parte del sistema. Y yo creo que en parte pues, estos movimientos tienen razón, porque las instituciones, digamos, privadas, ONGs, se han convertido en muchos lugares pues, muy dependientes de la subvención. En Europa del Sur, en España, por ejemplo, pues, el panorama de ONGs está muy pendiente todavía hoy del BOE, para entendernos. En Grecia, que es la situación que hemos vivido más de cerca, esta situación es exagerada. En muchas ONGs ahora que se han encontrado sin dinero público se encuentran sin razón de ser, porque no son capaces de construirse una buena base social, y además, a causa de esto, pues se han convertido a veces en defensoras incluso más allá de lo crítico de instituciones y al final, mucha parte de la ciudadanía lo que ha percibido es que estas organizaciones al final eran parte del sistema, con razón o sin razón, ¿no? Una segunda cosa que se ha hecho mal en algunas partes de la sociedad civil, no en todas, evidentemente, es el hecho de intentar rellenar el espacio dejado por el Estado en retirada y, al hacerlo, además, no asumir ningún tipo de crítica a las políticas de recortes o a las políticas de cambio en la manera pues, de gestionar la diversidad, etcétera, etcétera, ¿no? Yo creo que estas ONGs que han entrado en este juego, que han confundido el no partidismo con la neutralidad y que al final pues, han decidido no levantar su voz, que estaría muy legitimada delante, pues, por ejemplo, situaciones de aumento muy fuerte de la discriminación, de la marginalidad o de la pobreza, creo que han sido también parte del problema, ¿no? Y una tercera cosa que la sociedad civil o partes de la sociedad civil han hecho mal, pues bueno, ahí no nos engañemos, la agenda de la sociedad cerrada, la agenda de la discriminación, la agenda del odio incluso, no viene del aire y no viene de la nada, ¿no? Hay organizaciones que se han dedicado a atacar los derechos reproductivos de las mujeres, empezando por la propia Iglesia Católica y siguiendo por nuevas formas de populismo religioso que se dan en países católicos, pero también en países ortodoxos, también apoyadas por el integrismo religioso norteamericano. Hay ataques a los derechos de las minorías sexuales, ¿no? En Europa del Este, clarísimamente, también en Grecia, por ejemplo. Y bueno, yo pienso que no nos podemos engañar con respecto pues, al hecho de que la sociedad civil juega los dos papeles, juega el papel de defender los derechos y las libertades, y también hay una parte de la sociedad civil que está trabajando para recortarnos estos derechos y por lo tanto yo quiero decirlo. Pero bueno, también es verdad que desde la sociedad civil se ha reaccionado a la situación actual de amenazas a la democracia con mucha contundencia. A mí me gustaría hablar de tres que nosotros hemos vivido muy de cerca en nuestro trabajo de terreno en Grecia, afrontando la crisis, pero también los hemos visto en otras partes de Europa. El primero es documentar y denunciar lo que está pasando a nivel, por ejemplo, de recortes de derechos como el derecho a la salud. Tenemos organizaciones que han hecho un cambio magnífico. Nosotros, por ejemplo, estamos apoyando tanto en España como en Grecia a Médicos del Mundo, que ha hecho un cambio muy grande, ¿no? De dedicarse mucho a la solidaridad internacional y a la salud en el tercer mundo, a dedicarse a los problemas aquí y ahora, y han hecho un trabajo magnífico pues, de documentar pues, cómo está afectando la pérdida de la cobertura a las comunidades inmigrantes sin papeles, digamos, comunidades inmigrantes ilegales, cómo está afectando, en el caso de Grecia, por ejemplo, los recortes a la salud pública en general. Así que yo creo que este trabajo de documentación y denuncia es muy importante y es muy útil y hay que seguirlo apoyando. Desde luego, los donantes como nosotros, porque somos una organización que lo que estamos es a donar, digamos, dinero, tenemos que poner más atención en el trabajo de documentación y denuncia. Una segunda cosa que me parece importantísima, ¿no? La presentación anterior hablaba un poco de este tema, el hecho de empoderar voces silenciadas o voces que no tienen el suficiente espacio en nuestro debate público, y desde luego las mujeres me parece fundamental, pero también las minorías, las segundas generaciones de inmigrantes, los jóvenes. Estamos trabajando mucho con los ciudadanos europeos que viven en otros países de la Unión Europea y que ahora mismo están siendo blanco de ataques, por ejemplo, en Reino Unido, los búlgaros y rumanos, etcétera, ¿no? Y empoderar las voces quiere decir muchas cosas. Por poner un ejemplo, pues nosotros una parte del empoderamiento que estamos haciendo es legal, es jurídico. Nos encontramos que mucha gente en países de la periferia europea, del sur como del este, pues no tienen acceso a defender sus derechos ante un juzgado o ante un juez, ¿no? Pues esto es una de las cosas que estamos haciendo en Grecia con mucha intensidad, ya sea con casos de deudas, de hipotecas, etcétera, o bien sea con casos de discriminación, de acceso a la ciudadanía, de ataques no denunciados, etcétera, ¿no? Y por último, lo que también tenemos que hacer, también estamos haciendo muchos y creo que es muy importante, es hacer un papel, digamos, no mediador, pero sí de conexión, de puente, entre una protesta en la calle y en las redes que demuestra hartazgo, demuestra ganas de cambio, de reforma, de una nueva manera de hacer política, pero que no está consiguiendo muchos impactos. Conectar esto con un centro de la política europea, con unas instituciones locales, regionales, nacionales y europeas que les da miedo perder este monopolio que han tenido de la manera de hacer política los partidos, los sindicatos, los actores un poco más tradicionales, ¿no? Y a mí me parece que nosotros tenemos que ayudar a que esta conexión se dé, a que estos nuevos activistas, estos nuevos grupos que son tan buenos a la hora de diagnosticar la situación, de movilizar a miles, incluso a millones de personas en la Internet, etcétera, pues estos se conviertan además en actores capaces de hacer cambiar nuestras políticas de privacidad en la red, nuestras políticas de pluralismo mediático o la que sea, ¿no? Y nosotros, en el caso, por ejemplo, griego, estamos trabajando mucho con los grupos que están intentando cambiar cuestiones relativas, por ejemplo, al acceso a las medicinas, una cuestión fundamental, y a la detención de los inmigrantes, que es una cuestión dramática y además es una vergüenza no solo en Grecia, sino en muchos países de Europa del Sur. Así que, bueno, nuestro trabajo en Grecia se ha convertido de alguna manera en intentar huir de lo que sería simplemente ofrecer servicios, simplemente pues ofrecer una solución, digamos, inmediata a una problemática de crisis, y lo que estamos intentando es construir voces críticas fuertes capaces de cambiar Grecia por un lado, pero también de ayudar a cambiar Europa, porque nosotros lo que tenemos muy claro es que para que Europa se mantenga como sociedad abierta, la única solución es que los ciudadanos vuelvan a ganar un papel mucho más central, y para eso las organizaciones de la sociedad civil somos pues imprescindibles. Y nada más. Muchas gracias y siento no estar ahí con todos vosotros.
Have more occasional collaborators. Sometimes people donated money when there was an emergency in Africa, in America, wherever. Now they are giving donations because of the crisis in Spain. And we've also seen an increase in our cooperation with companies for specific projects. For instance, we have a large bank which has given us €500,000 so that children can eat in the cafeteria, in their school cafeteria every day. Others fund academic help. Others provide money for employment. We have a program, an operational program for the employment of vulnerable people. It's still in place. We had funds from the European Social Fund, and we also have private funds to improve the employability of young people and of people who are over 45. So we've seen a drop in public subsidies. We don't know what the new European financial tools are going to be. And so for the time being, we are growing our activities thanks to the solidarity of citizens and the solidarity of companies.
Jordi quería despedirse.
Jordi wanted to say goodbye, and we also have a question for the Red Cross. Jordi, did you want to add something?
Creo que no nos escucha. Ahora
we can hear you.
Agradeceros que me hayáis invitado.
I just wanted to thank you for your invitation.
Gracias a ti.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us. And if you can't stay at our debate, we will publish our conclusions and we will send them to you. Thank you. And we have a question from Tom Morgan to Estrella. Maybe Tom Morgan could use a microphone.
De la financiación de todos los programas europeos.
As you said, we've approved the Youth Guarantee with €6 billion for that period in order to fight against youth unemployment, 1.8 billion for Spain, and this money's to be spent over the next 2 or 3 years. At the beginning, we're not going to wait for the end of the period. Regarding development cooperation, Europe maintains its firm commitment, 0.7% of GDP, and we're the largest donors in the world for development aid, but everyone acknowledges that this 0.7% figure ambitions are and what reality is. Another problem we have, one of the major funds in Europe is the European Social Fund to fight against social exclusion, and the overall European budget. This was a political decision. It was made by the politicians that we elected. So let me say it once again, if we want to change things, well, maybe we don't want to change things, and we think this is fine because we're in the middle of a crisis. But if you don't think this is right, you can change it only through the ballot box on May 25th. And we were talking about a gender balance. You don't have that problem in the front table, but the question I have is, well, we talk about quotas very often to fight against the lack of representativeness. And on boards also, maybe things are too slow in some countries and quotas need to be applied. But a lot of people are reluctant to applying quotas. What do you think? Well, I'm in favor of quotas. Unless there were quotas, we wouldn't be here. In some countries, in Northern Europe, they imposed quotas and they had high levels of participation and involvement of women, and once they removed the quota system, the level dropped. What is usually said is that quotas are discriminatory and people should be there based on their own achievements. Well, that would be good. It would be good for all men who are in positions of power are there because of their own merits. So as long as that's not there, we want to be as well represented as them. It's a problem for women not to be there, but it's also a problem for the whole of society because our worldview is different. We have different problems. We have different views on matters. It used to be said that, well, when women have enough training, when they access education, it won't be necessary to do anything because they'll be just as qualified as men and they will reach positions of power without the need for any measure. But we are now a majority in colleges. We have better grades than men usually, but still we are not in positions of power. And when you select candidates through objective criteria, for instance, in Spain in the judicial system, in Spain women were not allowed to be judges until the end of the 70s. And now there are competitions and the proportion is 70-30, 70% women, 30% men. Someday they will be in the top courts. We're not there yet. But this shows that when there are exams based on objective criteria, well, that works well for women. That's why we want the same proportion of men and women, but we also want for selection exams and tests to take into account the gender perspective. And there's an example in Spain. In the region of Madrid, there are 3,000 firemen, of which only 24 are women. Why? Because tests are designed based on physical strength. They're designed by men, and people on selection boards are also men. And this is at a time where it's no longer necessary to be strong to fight a fire. So maybe physical tests aren't essential. So if it weren't for quotas, we wouldn't be present at all. We would like for the situation to be different. We would like things to be based on merit, but if it weren't for quotas, unfortunately, we wouldn't hold positions of power. Let's sum up. One last question for Yolanda on the factors of inequality and whether the cultural, economic dimensions play a role, and what is the role of religious beliefs. Well, I could talk for hours about this. Political, economic, cultural, and religious life. And that's what determines reality. So is the economic facet important? Yes, because if you have economic independence, you have social independence, political independence, and you have ownership over your own life. What prevents you from, what does your not having economic independence prevent? Well, assigning tasks depending on gender. If you're a man, you have to provide for your family, therefore you have a right to be out in the public and you have a public role. And if you're a woman, you have to support, if you work, the family, but your main role is not to work, it's not to take money home. Your main role is to care for the family. And that means that's a cultural construct. Religions also play a role. Women are portrayed as the protectors of the family in that traditional role because women pass on cultural values. Women take girls to other countries so that genital mutilation can be done so that girls aren't rejected, or we tell them to wear a headscarf. But all of this is a mix, and it's all infused with patriarchal values, and those are the values that prevail. From my standpoint, one of the factors of the glass ceiling, which prevents women, at least in the Western world, one of the factors of this glass ceiling, and it's not the only one and the most important ones, but it's important, is that the sexual division of work is reinforced, and also the reinforcement of the ideal of maternity, the idea that is conveyed that women feel happy when they care for their family. And that's the message we get from conservative governments and also from the Catholic Church. That leads us can sustain ourselves, and if we have sexual freedom and we can decide with who we sleep and when we have children, and whether we don't want to have children and the number of children we want to have, if we have that freedom, if we have that power, we have autonomy. That's why patriarchal religions refuse to give us that role, and that's why births are controlled, and that's why abortion is controlled, and maternity is reinforced, and that's something we're steeped in. And this is what I would like to finish by saying, because I could speak here for hours. When a woman goes on the job market, and this is very important, together with other elements that are also important, but we are supposed to care for our family, and that means we give up our jobs, we give up promotions, and we give up our career and our personal development too. And that has a negative impact on us because we have less income and we have less rights, such as a right to a pension. So the patriarchal system doesn't have any gaps. It's all encompassing. It's very well designed, and we have to find gaps for positive discrimination, which and other measures which are necessary. Thank you. Thank you, Yolanda. Thank you, Inés, Raquel, Estrella, Jordi, Elisa, Asia, Dr. Mitchell as well. We still have the presentation of the guide, but I'm going to read out conclusions that I've been compiling throughout the morning, and I would also like to seize this opportunity to thank you for having attended the meeting. And you can also add something if I've forgotten something in these conclusions. On March 11th, 2014, and now that we're remembering what the civil society in Madrid has done, and we can commit to continuing to work on the common European identity, which is based on solidarity, equality, and social rights, which social NGOs have been describing today. A Europe with new participation channels through the European initiative, which should be broadened. That's what ECA says. Young people, they tell us, are the major users of these new possibilities of participatory democracy, which is covered by Article 11 of the Lisbon Treaty. There should be more participatory democracy. In the case of Ukraine and other Eastern countries, well, that's what they're requesting from Bulgaria. The Red Cross described the broadest humanitarian crisis. In specific cases, a more humane Europe is being demanded. What can break Europe is to trample people's dignity, which is in danger, and to counter the crisis. And now that they are responding to this emergency, they don't forget that there need to be structural changes, making people invisible, taking away their voice can break Europe, according to FAPS. The Convention on Persons with Disabilities in Article 12 provides that people with disabilities have the same rights and should have access to the support they need, and that their preference should be taken into account. They've presented a guide. We defend our rights on a day-to-day basis. They ask judges and lawyers to know them before signing decisions declaring that they're disabled. They prepare themselves to be independent. They want people to be more involved. According to Altavoz, we are all equal before the law, and we need to change laws and practices. The Federation of Progressive Women have presented the campaign I Vote, I Change, I Vote for Equality. Europe is broken by inequality between men and women. They've presented initiatives to change structures through a political influence based on leadership and intercultural values. Without gender equality, there can't be Europe. Europe can't exist. The campaign 50-50 refers to the fact that women make up 50% of society, and underrepresentation in European institutions means a loss of talent and a lack of representation in the institutions. They demand that power be balanced between men and women, and that women be candidates and voters, and that they could be equally represented in European and national institutions. Solidarity is a voice, says Open Society. We can resolve the crisis together. It's an initiative to face the threats Europe faces. The European dream is in danger. We all thought there was a convergence in Europe, but we see a growing number of Europeans who feel increasingly insecure, and there's anti-Roma sentiment growing. Democratic guarantees are in danger. Many citizens feel disaffected. Civil society can be part of the problem, but also part of the solution. That's why they argue that the most vulnerable groups should be empowered. Therefore, we need to contribute to bridging the streets with the European institutions, and these would be the conclusions if you agree. Well, that's it for this part, and now we can move on to the presentation of the guide. Thank you very much for your participation.
Anda, me dedico a eso. Bueno, pues como ya son las...
It's already 2 o'clock, and we're just going to make our presentation now. I think I'll go a quick presentation with Roberto and Oscar, and then we'll, maybe through internet, we'll have a Q&A. Oscar Perea is on my left. He's from the ONG platform, and Roberto on my right. He's from the European Association and the founder of Encuentro Europa. Now, this program is under this second strategic plan, and since 2003, the NGO platform has been working in defining the third sector so that it's recognized in public policies and improve, and within this second strategic plan, to improve the action of the different organizations that should be closer and closer to people, as the Red Cross said, and to improve their political clout as the situation changes. Now, this was the framework of the work that's been done. And I'm going to give the floor now. Who's going to speak first? To Oscar. Oscar, you're up the floor. Good afternoon. This morning we saw what can break Europe. Now we're going to look and present a tool that is going to try to help the civil society to maintain our Europe united through, we're trying to solve one of the biggest problems, which is finance. So the NGO Platform for Social Action just last year decided to put together a European financial handbook for 2014 to 2020. Now, why did we do this? Well, for several reasons, really. Given the financial difficulties right now during this economic and social crisis that we're immersed in now since 2008, there was a document presented, and I think it was in 2011, in May 2011, in the Parliament, called proposals to improve public financing for the third sector, social action, and there they outlined different financial problems that they were undergoing at that time. And now in 2014, these difficulties are a reality. For example, the lateness in payments. So payments are coming through late. There was a royal decree to try to solve that problem, and so that has helped. But as we all know, that there's an overall cut in social spending. There's been a gradual reduction in the private source of financing, and also a reduction in the demand and an increase in the competition for the provision of services. Also, we put together this handbook because the different organizations, to carry out our work, we need stable financing, giving the pessimistic outlook. In a report that we're going to present in just a few weeks' time, it looks at 2006 to 2012 with annual data, and the only public financing that has been stable during these last 6 years is the financing from the EU. It's not a very big percentage of the financing of the organizations, around 0.75% of the total revenues, but it has been stable at least. Another reason that we've decided to put together this handbook is that we were asked to do it by the different organizations, all of the different workshops and seminars that we've held, especially to put together to diagnose the third sector. They have always asked us to put together a system so that organizations could gain access to European financing. A lot of people just don't know how to do it, and the third sector sometimes has difficulty accessing these funds, these European funds. Also, our organizations have told us that many of the funds earmarked for Europe are lost for two reasons. The first And the first time I was told this, I just couldn't believe it, just because no applications are made for some of these funds. And the second reason is because the applications are faulty. So many of the funds earmarked for immigrants, for example, a very high percentage were returned because they just no applications were made for those funds. And this is the right time. Right now we have a new period in the European programming, 2014 to 2020, and there we have a redefinition of social problems, and there's a lower amount of funds, but we do have opportunities for participation of the third sector social actions for a better Europe, a Europe that's not going to break. Let me give the floor now to Roberto, who is the person. He's the author of this European Financing Handbook, and he's a real expert in the field. And in his presentation, he's going to just outline for you these new social programs, and at the end, he's going to try to do an analysis of what organizations need to gain access to this European financing and to be successful in their applications. So, Roberto, you have the floor. Good afternoon. Thanks to all of you, and thanks to the platform for having launched this handbook. As Oscar said, the reasons are quite important. The reasons behind the handbook are quite important. So thanks for being here and to show interest in European participation. And I was just saying this morning that we have an area where we can do some important things for this sector. I'm going to try to not take up too much of your time. I'm not going to get into any great detail, but rather just give you an overview. But in this strategic focus, we've structured the content of the handbook in a series of European programs. We listed them with some examples so that you can see what types of programs you can apply for. In the handbook, you can see different projects and the different organizations forming part of the platform. There's a review of the new programs for 2014-2020, and there's a little more detail about them. And then a set of programs that are interesting for social action organizations, but not directly linked with social issues. Also, you have some information to set the context for European participation. For example, where Europe is right now, what his roadmap is for the next several years, what questions about structural funds that are managed nationally, not just at community level, and some information for projects, how to look for partners, for example, how to submit documentation, very practical things that help you to participate. And finally, just some practical resources. For each program you will find important European documentation for the proposals and the bibliography, practical resources of the handbook itself, manuals that will help you and give you some of the key information to make your proposals. Now, just to understand the makeup of the financial mechanisms of the EU, they're quite simple, really. On the one hand, we have the community programs that are managed directly from Brussels by the European Commission or by the executive agencies at community level. They account for about 8% of the EU budget for the next 7 years, which is a little bit more than €1 billion. There you have the exact figure. And also we have mixed funds, which are funds that are executed part by Brussels and part by the member states. Some calls are exclusively in Brussels, others exclusively in the member states, or some calls were part, For example, the selection of projects is done at national level, and the execution is done through Brussels. And finally, the structural funds and the investment funds, as we said, are executed through the member states, through the operators, and they're more well known by all of your organizations. Now, we're going to concentrate on the community programs, which are a little bit less accessible. We went into 6 of the programs, which are the ones that are most clearly linked with social issues. You have the list there on the screen. The migration and asylum, citizenship, equality, social innovation, Erasmus+, Europe, the citizens, and justice. These are more closely related with the spheres in which the third sector is working. As I said, there are another series of programs where maybe the subject matter is just a little bit further removed, but given the different aspects that we work with, we will also be able to gain access to these. For example, technological research programs to facilitate the development of tools to help people with disabilities, for example. So we will be able to collaborate with companies or other organizations that develop these types of products, even though these aren't projects that we might not be able to lead from our organizations, but we should also bear those in mind. Now, those programs, we have a description of them at the end of the handbook, and also the different links to get more information. Now, since we're a little bit behind in this schedule, I'm not going to get into all the details of the different programs. You have the handbook. It's quite detailed, it's especially important for us to know the context of each one of the programs, the European context of each program. So the handbook will give you European documentation for each one of the areas. I'm not going to get into the description of the programs, but if you have a question, we can deal with those. In addition to social programs, we have others that we can gain access to as well, and we have other opportunities to participate in the financing. Some of these, or most of these, have been mentioned today. We have the structural funds. I'm sure all of you are familiar with the European Social Fund, which is linked with the social aspect. But also we have the ERDF, or the Regional Fund, the Agricultural Development Fund, and the LEADER initiatives, which have been financed historically, have financed several programs from social entities. Now, these funds are executed nationally. You have but these are very much linked with the national territories, so through the different regional and local governments, local action groups. The calls are in Spanish, and management is practically entirely from the territory itself. So these are not very complex. We also have the provisions and through the European Commission, and we also have some kind of calls for the social sector. There was a open call just the past couple of days, and so there's something else that we can explore. And then we have other possibilities which are important for the work that we do in the third sector. For example, participation through public consultation processes, and especially specific areas that affect all citizens and that can affect the groups that we're working with. The citizenship initiative that was spoken of this morning, that's another possible way to propose from a grassroots level through by citizens, different legislative proposals to the European Commission to defend the rights of the groups we work with, and finally, participation in fora, seminars, events like today's. So if we think in terms of participation in our organizations, it's interesting to know what's happening, what's going on, what different organizations are doing, and to form partnerships with our organizations. So to look for partners for projects both in Europe and our own projects, local projects. And also these opportunities that we have for participation in Europe. And each organization should decide how they want to participate in Europe. There are two main ways. One-off participation, which is usually depending on needs for financing, very legitimate, of course. A call is made on an issue that I'm interested in. It's in line with my organizations. Let's participate in this call, for example, and then that would be kind of a one-off type of participation. Then we also have sustainable participation over time. This would be a medium or long-term strategy, and this requires investment in resources and personnel and skills training. But it's a participation strategy that at the end of the day is going to help us to reach greater levels of success and better return for the organization. We'll be able to become much more integrated in a sustainable manner and be much more strategic in terms of innovation, quality, benchmarking, processes being carried out in other countries, and will allow us to learn about strategic positioning for our organizations. Now, if we were thinking about why we need to participate, to define that participation strategy from an external point of view, the groups that we work with, we're talking about defending social Europe that was mentioned this morning. Now, through European participation, we can or should transfer the needs of our groups to the building or construction of Europe. So within this European framework, this can then drift down to national programs, also to favor the participation of the groups we work with in building Europe. And at the end, what we want to achieve with this is a greater participation of organizations and the civil society in the building of Europe. This is something that was discussed this morning, and that's one of the most important issues to position the different organizations of the services sector, the social sector. Now from an external point of view, or now from an internal point of view, why should we participate? Because we'll be able to strengthen and position not only our organization, but the sector in general. European projects are very much focused on processes, on the intervention protocols, and this is going to help us to improve the quality of our organizations, and the organization, the way we work, will learn from other organizations, will be pay much more attention to the progress made in other countries and be able to integrate that into our organizations. Also, collaboration. This is something that we know is sometimes difficult, and we're overcoming that difficulty gradually. Most of the European programs require teamwork with other organizations, and this is going to give us this perspective of collaboration. From a personal point of view, it will also support capacity building of staff members and the organization itself. how to manage projects, language issues. We're going to have to devote resources to improving different skills to respond to European project management. And finally, offer financing. Obviously, financing is offered by these European projects. This is one of the important starting points to gain access to these type of resources. Now I'm going to just gloss over this part, but I'd just like to highlight the idea that knowing the European context is essential to participate in European projects or strategies. Today, practically all of us know the Europe 2020 project. This is the roadmap for between 2010 and 2020. There are a whole series of sustainable, intelligent growth objectives, and the driving force behind growth and development, which will allow for the intelligent, sustainable, comprehensive growth in Europe up to 2020. And these initiatives, even though they don't offer direct financing, they will help us to orient ourselves and know where we are heading in Europe in terms of the support for different areas. What might be most interesting for us in the social sector would be the fight against poverty and the agenda for improving employment opportunities, employment training. And the 2020 strategy also has specific objectives in 5 different areas. These are the objectives at European level, but these objectives at national level, or each member state, I should say, has specific objectives. Now, knowing these is going to be very useful, not only in participating in European projects, but also in knowing exactly what is going on at national level. In fact, the 2020 strategy has been directly transposed into the national policies through the European semester that I'm not sure if you're familiar with or not, through the different national reform plans. And basically the European Commission obliges all of these strategies to be operable in the different member states, and therefore the national policies must be completely related or in line with this strategy. Now, just to make a relevant proposal to a European call, what do we have to do? Well, on the one hand, we have 2 doors of entry, either a group application or a single application. We work with different organizations, and we can maybe apply together for certain programs. Now, what are the important things that will be assessed in a proposal for a European call? Well, the relevance of the European context is something that's absolutely essential. They have to see where the Commission or the EU is in the different countries, what the different initiatives are, and how we can align and support that proposal. So here we're talking about value added. Value added in that European context, in other words, what our proposal contributes. One of the most important differences between national projects and the European projects is that the national ones most finance the intervention that we carry out with our methodology, the methodology that we've adopted, but we don't necessarily have to have a value added. But in the European calls, we have to build on what has already been done. We can't do something, we can't, in other words, reinvent the wheel. We have to build upon things that have been done already. And then the impact of the projects in the policies and within the framework of European intervention is important. One of the important issues for this new period is that the results of the projects were not having the desired impact. They were, or the different proposals have been made, but they haven't gone anywhere. These haven't really been used. So now the communication and the transfer of these results are two of the most important issues now in designing a proposal. The main difficulties that organizations of the third sector have had have to do with what we just mentioned, the link with the European context, both in thinking about the proposal and drafting the proposal. That's one of the main aspects that has not been transferred well, and that's why a lot of the proposals are rejected, linked to policies, to already developed projects, or to different actions that have already. And when designing the proposal, this is one of the things that is causing the greatest difficulty. Now, the preparation or the drafting of the proposal, the difficulty is always finding partners in Europe. Some tips in this sense. Funding is a little bit more difficult. There you have to look at the funding structure of each one of the organizations to see where that co-funding can come from. And priority is also being put on getting private funding within the projects. So to get the companies that we work with, possible donors to participate in the projects, that's something that's going to help our organizations, and that's going to be given a very positive assessment by the evaluators. Now, just to finish up the resources needed, we'll need financing, capacity building of the organization. We certainly will need for the formulation, languages, partnerships, finding partners, administrative requirements, how to register different platforms to be able to gain access to documentation and the calls, how to very specific issues. But these aren't very complicated. You're going to have to talk about the public utility of the organization and so forth. And that's pretty much the end of the presentation. But bearing in mind all of these resources, all of the needs and difficulties being faced, we can open up a Q&A, but we also want to know how you, as organizations, or how you can structure more organized European participation. What can the platform do and the different organizations in the third sector to foster this participation at European level? Thanks very much, Roberto. Now, I'd like to remind you that the evaluation sheet, please fill that out for us. That'll be very, very useful. You have some open questions there for suggestions. I'd like to thank the interpreters and the whole team that was working in the organization of this event. And is there any specific question? You'll find this handbook on internet. It'll probably be easier to follow by looking at the different links on internet. Do you have any specific questions though right now? Alethea, I think you had a question. Microphone, please. What can you at the NGO platform do? I think many organizations don't apply for European money because up until now these have been very elite calls. In other words, not calls for small organizations, but rather would they require certain certificates, and some of these small organizations just didn't have these. But now, how can the platform foster access to knowing partners and meeting partners, maybe a database of organizations at European level? That could be very helpful in connecting up. Sometimes it's not so easy, so maybe you could act as helping to bridge between different countries. I want to answer a call working in co-responsibility between men and women, or salary discrimination. That's one of the calls, I think. I'd like to know what other European organizations are working on that so I could contact them. This could be maybe one of the suggestions. I also agree that we need to foster this impact. So we are working in these areas, so if we foster the access of small organizations to European money, that's going to really have a multiplying effect in terms of positive impact. Thanks, Alethea. Yes, through the networks, not just platforms. Continuously forming informal networks, like the JoiEU program that we're talking about here, that we've organized with 13 different countries, and it's also an effort of going out sometimes and knowing and meeting more people. It is true that sometimes we need a physical presence too. This contact by email isn't always sufficient. Sometimes we need to personally go out and meet people. So both things, we can pave the way for these platforms and networks that already exist in Spain. That would be easy to do, but also there has to be kind of a personal effort by the organizations to go out and open themselves to Europe and meet the others that are working in the same field. Personal relations sometimes are very important and it's important to do that.
¿Alguna pregunta más?
Any further questions?
Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.